Anybody start? Mr. Mitchell.
Morning, Chair.
Minister Mitchell, smile. Minister, start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie. Welcome to the Standing Committee of Transport and Public Works. Today, on the 12th, we are deliberating on the annual report of the Department of Transport and Public Works and of the Government Motor Transport. As with the Minister yesterday, we will start with the department and then with Government Motor Transport unless there's something changes this morning. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie. On my left, I got my colleague Johannes. On my far left, I got Mfundo and Siraj also on the team helping me in the chamber this morning. We're on our own today. Everybody's online. Other company. Thank you for joining. Can I ask all the members online just to introduce themselves, please?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Derek America. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson and the rest of the committee members and staff members. I'm Lulama Mvimbi, member of the committee.
Thank you. Is there any other members online? Just for the record, we did receive an apology from member Brett Heron and also from member Mkondlo. So those are the members that have submitted their apologies. I'm sure one or two other members will join us any minute. Minister Mitchell, can I hand over to you and your full team to introduce themselves? And if you can state, as discussed, if you still continue in the order of the department or GMT or if anything has changed, so we can just facilitate that insight here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson, members of the committee, officials. My name is Dalen Mitchell. I'm the Provincial Minister for Transport and Public Works. Chair, if you allow, I'm going to ask the HOD to introduce the team. But yes, it's in order with us if we first do the department and then GMT. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson and members of the committee. Jackie Gooch, Head of Department of Transport and Public Works. With me in the office, if I may, through you, Chair, just ask the three colleagues that are with me to introduce themselves. And then if with your agreement, we can go through the other people that are linked in online. So with your agreement, please, Chair, I'll hand over and ask my team in the venue just to introduce themselves.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Chantal Smith. I am the Chief Financial Officer for the Department of Transport and Public Works.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lani Hofmeyer. I'm the Acting Chief Director at Roads Program Management and Chief Director Road Design.
Good morning. I'm Herman Wolf. I am the Acting Chief Director, Road Departmental Operations and Specialist Engineer.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Shafida Andrews, Director, Logistics and Asset Management in Supply Chain.
Good morning, everybody. Ramesh Maraj, Chief Director, Strategic Management and Operational Support.
Morning, everybody. Andrea Campbell, Chief Director, General Infrastructure.
Morning, everybody. Deirdre Ribbiner, Chief Director, Transport Operations.
Good morning, everyone. Joey Pillay, Chief Director, Public-Private Partnership.
Good morning, everybody. Farrell Plain, Acting Chief Director, Traffic Management.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Len Fury. I'm Head of Provincial Roads.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kyle Reinicke. I'm the DDG for Transport Management.
Morning, Chair and members and colleagues. I'm Yasir Ahmed, Chief Director for GMT and Chief Director for Transport Regulation. you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Gerrit van Skalkwyk, Acting Head of Strategy from the Department of Transport and Public Works.
Good morning, Chair and members and colleagues. My name is Shane Hindley. I'm with the Immovable Asset Management component in the Department of Transport and Public Works.
Good morning, I'm Michelle Nicholas, Director Management Accounting.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Renee Kok. I'm the Chief Director for Health Infrastructure and Education Infrastructure.
Is that everyone?
Morning all. It's Carl October, Chief Director at Planning. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Sarita Hanekom from Financial Governance.
Good morning, Rian Wiggle, Director Fleet Finance, GMT.
Good morning, Chairperson and members and colleagues. Kenny Boyson, Director Strategy Management.
Chairperson, I believe that's the DTPW team. Apart from, I believe Mr. Richard Peterson still needs to introduce himself.
Good morning, everybody. Richard Peterson, Expanded Public Works Program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh, sorry, is there somebody else?
I just said thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Colleagues, thank you again for joining us this morning. As indicated, we're starting with the annual report of the Department of Transport and Public Works. Most of you have been on the MS team before, so you do know the rules of the game. Please switch off your camera unless you are speaking, and please switch on your camera when you're speaking so that we know who we're speaking to. We'll get immediately into the book, so we'll ask the Minister and the HOD just to do some introductory remarks for us, please. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Chair, as the committee is aware, the year under review was not under my time as the Provincial Minister of Transport, but it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the consecutive clean audits that the department has continuously achieved and the 98.5% spending on the allocated budget despite the lockdown restrictions. Chair, if you look at what the world has been dealing with regards to the broader context of COVID-19, I think it's important to acknowledge that even though we have had very many challenges, the achievement by the department is significant, and I want to acknowledge the work under the leadership of the HOD and the every single official in the department for ensuring that we continuously deliver and ensure that the citizen, as per the vision of this department, remained the center of delivery. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, if I may. So from the perspective as the accounting officer and as Minister has said, I do believe it's important to contextualize the work of the department in the year under review. That while we all know we went through a year that started with hard lockdown, that as an organization we needed to respond to that, and the committee would be aware that we went through a number of adjustment budget processes as a result of the response to the COVID pandemic. I think the key thing to highlight is that while the environment is changing to an extent, what is also increasing is the level of uncertainty. And while we're looking at a year that's passed, it's important to realize that for a department such as ours, where a lot of our work goes beyond a single financial year, we do need to take decisions and make approaches in such a way that we are able to respond should further things happen in the years that are to come. In other words, the uncertainty that we have, of course, impacts the decisions that we take on a daily basis. Our aim is to try to limit the extent of that uncertainty, to try to take decisions that do not put the environment at any great risk, but understand that risk is now a factor that is embedded really within the work that is done. I also like to flag that in the year that's passed, and for the bulk of the time that this annual report is responding to, there were dynamics that the teams had to become used to, not least of which is the working from home, working remotely in some respects, on rotation where we needed to, in order to respond with the changes in lockdown levels and the number of staff that could be in the office or working at any specific point in time. The psychological impact of the pandemic and responding to that on our staff from a work perspective, understanding that they're embedded within a family environment, as well as then within themselves needing to deal with certain factors when it comes to COVID and the way that it was impacting on the world, of course, was something that is important to us. And I do need to at this point, and it is acknowledged in our annual report, that our department did unfortunately lose some staff in the year that's passed to COVID. And I do, in obviously in their absence, have to acknowledge and appreciate their work. Notwithstanding the challenges that were identified and are outlined in the annual report, the year that has passed also created opportunities for us. And I do think that the annual report has articulated how we have approached that and where we've been able to leverage in the transport space and others some of the opportunities. With that, Chair, I'd like to say thank you very much for the opportunity to make the opening remarks, and the team and I are ready to answer the questions of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleagues online, any questions on the opening remarks? Thank you. Seems everybody wants to get right stuck into the book. Colleagues, we start on the Department's annual report. As discussed, we're going from pages Part A, pages 1 to 40 in the hard book. If you're using the online version, it's pages 27 to 66. So in the hard book that was printed, pages 1 to number 40, and in the online versions, pages 26 to 77. Before we continue on that, I see Honorable Mvimbi's hand is up. Honorable Mvimbi, continue.
No, Chair, I'm just ready for questions when you're ready.
I think everybody is okay. So the first person on pages 1 to 40 in the hard book and the PDF version, pages 27 to 66. The first hand I recognize is Honorable Mvimbi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm trying to get now the document because unfortunately I don't have the luxury of a hard copy. But I see now I was using an electronic copy, but I've
on the online version it's page 27 to 66, but I'm sure our colleagues have written this book, so they would know what you're referring to as well.
Yeah, the question I had really, Chair, because I've been going through it, is actually on page 14, I think, and 15 of the document. It's really relating to two issues that on rollovers. One is about the refurbishment of the Department of Education a building, and there's just wanted to, and the other one is actually on the on the access road to Lowville. I just wanted to check whether what has been the cause of the delay, that there's always been rollovers on this, especially with reference to the access road to Lowville in Sultana, because sometimes the access of road to communities actually can be having serious impeding transport impeding effects, so I just wanted to check whether what might have been the delays in this rollover. The last question, generally, in view of the effect of COVID-19 that were experienced by the department, quite obviously a lot of delays in project, whether has the department got some plans in place to catch up with the delays that were caused as a result of the COVID-19?
Thank you. Any other question online on page 1 to 40?
I have a question, Chair.
Honourable America can continue.
Yeah, just my face for those who don't know me. I'll switch it off again. Chair, it is on page 19, and it relates to transport infrastructure. It's stated in Program 3 that some municipalities did not finalize the infrastructure project as planned and could therefore not claim these subsidies. If we can get clarity on to which of those municipalities have failed to complete infrastructure plans, and if it is due to a lack of capacity within those municipalities, what support does the department provide those municipalities to conclude those infrastructure plans? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. There's no further hands online, so I'm going to ask my questions. On page 11, on the over collection. So previously we did 240 million, and the year under review we did 109 million. Is it perhaps now the time to start really looking at these collection targets, because we have, in a terrible pandemic year, still over collected? So perhaps it's time to start really looking at these targets. I know it's difficult, but we keep doing well that side. Then on page 14, under program 4, transport operations, the transport payment to the city of Cape Town, public transport amendments. More detail, what amendments are being referred to? And under program 6, community-based skills programs such as the National Youth Service, etc., were delayed. Can we just get some more reasons why it was delayed? And when you start implementing it, are you starting them from a new base? Say, for example, this year you're supposed to have 1,000, next year 1,200, but this year was delayed, so you have next year 2,200. What's going to happen of those that were not done this year? That's what I'm trying to get understanding. And on page number 16, under fruitless and wasteful expenditure, on the theft of diesel, I'm really keen to understand that. The reason why I'm keen, we saw Eskom the other day, they lose 100 million of diesel per month. So I'm keen to understand how did you lose 15,000 diesel. And page number yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me now, Minister Mitchell?
Yes, Chair, thank you. There was some echo, so we couldn't hear you, but I think the echo has been switched off.
Okay, let me go back to my last question, was page number 16 on the theft of diesel. I'm just trying to get an understanding from the relevant section. How did that happen? And obviously, what did we implement now to ensure that doesn't happen again? My concern emanates from the fact that the other night Transnet announced, Transnet Eskom announced on TV that they're losing 100 million rand with the diesel per month. And if we're losing 15,000 rand already, I'm obviously scared that what might happen in the future. I appreciate that the action has been taken, but obviously try to get a clear understanding what has been done and what's going to be done to prevent any further theft. I've got a question on page number 17, the Founders Garden Artscape Precinct. If we can just get the latest on the project, The last line on page number 18 says, a submission is being prepared for presentation to Cabinet to approve the project progressing into the developer phase. If we can just get the latest on that, similarly to the Conradi Better Living Model Exemplar project. And I think that covers all my questions up to page number 34. And then on page number 34, the Western Cape e-mobility policy, the transversal policy, if we can just get some more details on that, where is that currently? And in terms of efficiency and cost-effective management, what has been achieved? And obviously on the extended organograms, if we can just get the latest on the vacancies, because there were some top management vacancies and what have been done to fill that vacancies. Thank you. That covers all my questions up to page number 41. Thank you.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the questions. If I may, some of them I will be directing to members of the team. If I could just give them an indication up front so that they can be ready when I'm completed. I'd like to ask Mr. Peterson if he could pick up the point around the National Youth Service and Skills matters, around whether the numbers, because there is a delay as a result of them not being able to attend class and actually undertake their training during the lockdown periods, whether that means that into the next financial year there's an increase of numbers. If you're comfortable, I will ask him to respond to that particular one. And I will also ask that Mr. Pillay provide the update in terms of the latest information on the Founders Garden and the Conradi Better Living Model programs. The first questions then, if I may, through you, Chair, to respond to Member Mvimbi asking about the rollovers. And in that respect, he asked about the refurbishment of the office accommodation for education. In that respect, that is for the accommodation that the Department of Education moved into in terms of leased accommodation, and it needed to then be fitted out from their old accommodation where the lease was ended into new accommodation at a lower rate and an improved space utilization. So that was to contribute to that work. The question about the access road and Saldanha, the delay there was actually as a result of a challenge on the municipality's side to finalize their processes in relation to the Vredenburg Urban Revitalization Project that members of the committee may recall in previous years that we'd indicated that we are supporting. The access road is part of that project, and as a result, with the municipality not being ready as far as their processes from a tender and delivery perspective, they haven't spent the money, and therefore we were unable to allocate that, and it needed to be previously rolled over. The question that was asked then around generally, if I understand Member Mvimbi's query, from a delay on projects as a result of COVID and whether there was a plan to catch up. Normally, if you're going to accelerate a project, there are additional costs that come with that. So for the bulk of the project, certainly that wasn't the intention. The projects, when allowed to be on site and to reconvene, would then continue, and the necessary adjustments made to the timelines for the completion of those projects in line with the provisions of the contract. So we did not, I'm not aware that there are any projects for DTPW that we issued any acceleration orders, which would then have resulted in increased costs to us. The question of Honourable Member America around the municipalities that didn't finalise projects to be able to claim subsidies. If I may, through you, Chair, just refer the Honourable Member to page 146 and 147 of the annual report, where the information is provided there around the transfers that were budgeted for, but for those that were then not made. In other words, the reasons why the funds were not transferred are stipulated in that particular table. It's table 48. The municipalities that I can indicate was Beaufort West, Bergrivier, Cederberg, Kannaland, Langeberg, Matsikama, Prince Albert, Stellenbosch, and Swellendam. So I can indicate that those were ones where, from a subsidy point of view, the funds were not paid across. And then there was also an amount not transferred to the Witzenberg municipality linked to the Van Breda Bridge. I trust that that answers Member America's question, Chair. Then, Chair, moving to your questions, the first one around the over-collection. The over-collection that you see outlined is actually as a result also of a reduction in our target. You might recall that in the year under review through the adjustments budget, our department actually reduced our anticipated revenue, given the indications from the National Minister around the timelines for the collection and the validity of motor vehicle licenses being extended. We therefore actually anticipated, as a result of that, a reduction in the revenue, and we reduced our expenditure and revenue targets during the course of last year, which now, of course, we did better than what we had anticipated in terms of revenue, and therefore you see the over collection that occurred. We are and do on an annual basis review the revenue targets, trying to take account of what we're seeing, whether it's in the motor vehicle environment, around whether it's an increase in vehicle population, also of course considering whether there should be an increase in the tariff itself. And in the current financial year, for example, we did not put forward an increase in the motor vehicle license fees. So we do try to take account of what's going on in the environment around us and then consider what the revenue targets should be. We are also, if I may say, have to be mindful that if we put a target in that we don't believe we're going to achieve, come the adjustments budget and then potentially the end of the financial year, we have to reduce our expenditure level if we are unable to meet the revenue target. The question then that you asked regarding the City of Cape Town, and Chair, if I remember correctly or picked up your query, that was in relation to the funding that wasn't transferred to the City of Cape Town. Did I get that correct, Chair?
That's right.
So that was originally during the course of last financial year, when you came to the adjustments budget, we originally had funding allocated, you might recall, for the rail enforcement unit. And the intention was that the funds would be transferred to the city in terms of a partnership agreement between ourselves, PRASA, and the City of Cape Town. However, during the course of the year and come to adjustments time, we then reduced that amount because PRASA were not able to provide confirmation, and we were not making any progress with the signing of a memorandum of agreement with them around the rail enforcement unit. And by them, I say both, therefore, PRASA being, in my respects, the organization that was battling to get the necessary approvals, and then the City of Cape Town. So we kept some money in the budget, the 2 million, on the anticipation and in consultation with PRASA that there was a view that we'd get the memorandum agreed, and that was the amount of money that they would be able to be spent in the balance of the financial year. However, by the end of the financial year, that was still not resolved or concluded, and as a result, the money remained unspent in our department's budget because it was indicated as a transfer. Then, Chair, your question around the diesel and the theft of diesel. As you can see, it was also a relatively small amount picked up and dealt with through a PFS matter. Normally for us, the theft of diesel is actually out of parked plant, so out of the yellow fleet, which is also from a district municipality perspective, who as you know are our agents. They're often parked in quite remote rural areas. and don't always have the kind of levels of security perhaps that are necessary. And we do try where we can from a response point of view to park plant in more secure environments, but that isn't always something that we're able to do given the nature of the roads network and the work that needs to be undertaken. So it is relatively small, and we do try whenever this is picked up to take the kind of actions and put further controls in place to limit the potential, and hopefully not land up like Eskom does in terms of the sorts of quantities and values that you mentioned. Then, as I've mentioned, the last question that you asked that I'd like to respond to was your question around vacancies and what we've done as far as the vacancies in the department are concerned, particularly the senior management, if I remember your question correctly. So we have advertised in this year some of the senior posts, and there was a decision taken previously, Chair, that the senior positions, we would not fund them for some time in order to make sure that we were able to direct limited funds towards the delivery part. So we tried to make sure that we directed funds towards filling our key professional positions, to be able to provide the funding that was required through to the provincial traffic team and to a number of the other units. It was therefore, we felt that has been quite successful, and we therefore this year have advertised a number of the senior management positions, but do need to be mindful of the indications of the compensation of employee budget across the medium term, and of course the pressure that's actually now on to reduce that allocation. I do need to say, and I have mentioned it before, that from our department's perspective, 12% of our budget goes towards compensation of employees, which is far lower, I think, than most of the provincial departments, and one can understand that given the nature of our business. So we have, in this financial year, advertised the chief director positions within the finance branch. We do believe that those are necessary now, the financial management and supply chain management, given the nature of our department. We have also advertised the head of strategy position for the department, given the approach that we're taking, and as you can tell from the annual report, the work that we're doing. We have also advertised a director post within the GMT space, as well as the director post within the Chief Directorate Traffic Management. There are others that are being considered at this time for advertising, but have not yet been processed because we are considering the balance of the COE funds and the allocations that we have in the years ahead. Through that, Chair, if I may ask Mr. Peterson to pick up on your point around the NYS and the skills program, and just to give a sense whether that means the delay means doubling up on the numbers or increasing the numbers. And then after Mr. Peterson is completed, Mr. Pillay, if you would come in, please, and provide an update on the Founders Garden and the Conradi Better Living Model project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, HOD, Jackie. Unfortunately, sadly, as everybody knows, due to the hard lockdown, COVID hard lockdown, there was a period where we could not have our learners in class. And in our mitigation of this reality, we have several approaches. One is the possibility of increasing the numbers, where we are looking at a potential new intake, because the NYS program runs over a calendar year, but it crosses over, obviously, the financial 2 financial years of the department. So in terms of looking at new intakes, then in the subsequent financial year, we look at increasing the numbers potentially. It's one of the possible mitigating efforts. The second thing is accelerating our procurement process. In other words, bringing our new intake for the next year forward to catch up again on the spending. A third option within a financial year where the spending is potentially adversely affected because of the lockdown, when we reopen, is to look at intensifying some of our training offerings within that particular financial year, such as, for example, expanding on our life skills training, which is a very, very important component of our broader skills training elements. So we look at increasing life skills, preparing our learners for when they exit the program, when they try and enter the employment market, and so on. And lastly, we also another potential field of intensification is to add to the health and safety training, for example, we give them. So we are always, we're trying to be in this new world to be responsive and agile and so on. So we always look at ways in which we can mitigate the potential underspending. So that's what we do. Because our training programs, as I say, run into 2 financial years. It does give us a little bit of leeway to try and manage the program according to the bumps and so on that we hit in the road through any given financial year. Thanks, Chairperson.
Mr. Pillay.
Thank you, HED Chair. Let me start off with the Founders Garden progress. During May this year, the Cabinet had actually approved and supported the progress of the project into the procurement phase. What I can say that there was significant amount of work undertaken on the procurement documents, the RFP, the request for proposal. However, there are certain requirements that would still need to be fulfilled latest March, but also that is dependent upon any additional work that would need to be undertaken based on the outcome of the requirements that needs to be fulfilled. On the Conradi Better Living Model project, and we are all well aware with the challenges with COVID. I think, the Conradi project had also suffered a similar sort of consequences, but steady progress had been made on construction. There were other technical issues and grant sort of challenges. But what I can confirm that the first block of social housing units of about 66 units will be ready for tenanting in the first week of December. The SHRA had actually requested a vetting of those applications, which was a new sort of requirement. So hopefully once that is gone, that has been vetted, we would actually see the tenanting commencing in the first week of December. The second block of 114 units of social housing, that's almost completed, and that will be the next tenanting process, which in the next month, approximately, that would be actually in progress to get the people in out there as well. So in essence, there's good progress whilst time has been lost. However, the construction is going on at a fairly feverish pace as well. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, if I may, I have been reminded that I omitted one of the posts that has also been filled, a director post in the department, which was in the works education space. One of the posts was filled where there was previous acting person, and then the other director post became vacant during this year when a member of the team retired, and that post has also been advertised and is currently being finalized for interviewing processes. So my apologies for omitting that previously, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for answering those questions. I've just got one follow-up question. In terms of the rail enforcement unit, obviously I know PRASA's involved and the city's involved. What is the latest on that? I mean, is it going to be restarting soon? I know obviously the trains are standing still, so it's a bit of a tough question for you guys. And then my second question would be on the diesel again, and not because of you guys, because of what happened at Eskom the other day and how the countries have been affected. What measures are we putting in place from our side for our government buildings to ensure load shedding does not severely affect us? And then the part of this diesel, have we spoke with this particular client of municipality and see what they've done in place and perhaps checked other sites to ensure this does not happen? Thank you.
Chair, through to respond, the first one around the REU, to my knowledge, the responsibilities and aspects have been linked in with the City of Cape Town's general sort of enforcement teams. There is no longer, as it stands, and I haven't heard anything recently around PRASA putting specific funds on the table for a continuation of the REU. I am also aware that PRASA, with their new group CEO and leadership, were in discussions around a different safety and security strategy and approach. And from what I understood, and it could have changed, but from what I understood, there was a focus on a fair degree of insourcing from PRASA, if I remember correctly. I do stand under correction as far as that's concerned, but the REU isn't something that seems to be being pursued between ourselves, the city and PRASA at the current time. Your question around load shedding. So as a department many years ago, when load shedding first started to come along, the DTPW made sure that generators were installed in the key office buildings and available to be able to keep the power going. And there is the necessary schedule of maintenance, which includes checking on the diesel levels, etc., as far as that is concerned. So I think across the bulk of the office accommodation, from a Transport and Public Works perspective, that has been our approach, so that departments and their staff are able to continue to work. We have also, I'm aware, where there have been a couple of leased buildings, interacted with the relevant landlords as well around their approach to ensure that there are generators installed in order to allow the departments to continue to function. So that has been the approach from some years ago, and of course continues to be embedded in the work that is done now. Chair, I missed then your point around the municipalities. If you could just clarify that for me, please.
One of your responses was that the reason for the theft was, I think, in one of the municipalities or one of your depots or something, where the diesel is stored, right? Is that what you said? One of the depots or rural district where the diesel is stored? That's where it happened. Did I understand you correctly?
Through you, Chair, you indicated where do we generally find, or what problems do we generally have as far as diesel theft is concerned. In this case, that was not the case. In this case, it was actually where somebody went to a fuel station and admitted to forging people's signatures in order to access diesel, which was a different matter. But certainly the indication when you asked me about what do we normally have issues with as far as diesel theft is concerned, from a roads perspective, with the yellow plant being parked out and about, there are opportunities there from a theft perspective that we try to then respond to in getting the vehicles parked in more secure environments.
Okay, I understand correctly. So in this particular case where the person forged signatures, what have you put in place to ensure this doesn't happen again?
Through your Chair, certainly there were some suggestions made from the PFS case, and we have, as a department, then looked at the various control recommendations relating to the practice of issuing off-site fuel off-site as well as on-site, which include, of course, the physical security where it is on-site from a roads camp perspective, and where cans of diesel were allegedly transported to and stored. So in other words, cans were filled and then transported. So there are a number of recommendations that the roads team are implementing as a result of the PFS outcomes in order to try to limit this.
Thank you. Can I just put one more follow-up questions on the vacant management positions? What has the impact been on the current management? Because if you look at, for example, road contracts, it looks like the roads planning, there are 2 or 3 positions. So those individuals, the top managers or below managers, are assisting those posts. What is the impact being then? Have they been able to fulfill their normal duties plus the additional duties?
Chair, in the roads organogram, those are new positions that have been created as a result of the organizational review. That has then resulted in those new posts being created. You therefore see an articulation in some instances of where current staff have been appointed to act in those positions. And then, yes, there is a requirement generally that they carry their existing load of work and then take on the additional duties that are attached to that specific post. In many instances, if I may, particularly in the road space, it creates the opportunities for professionally qualified staff that are usually stipulated in the OSD to gain experience within what would be considered as experience on their CVs within a senior management environment, so that they can, when the posts are advertised in terms of the schedule, it could be considered and articulate that they've gained some experience in that regard.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you for the answers. Colleagues, on this section, any further questions before we move on to the next section?
No, Chair. It's me. It's just a follow-up question, Chair. In terms of Program 3 and the list of municipalities, and in previous years, the same municipalities were listed as those who, due to the lack of compliance, did not receive the subsidies, and the HUD mentioned Swellendam, which is not on this list, but on page 146 or 45.
And I'm going to ask you, sorry to interrupt, can I ask you a favor, please? Can we just finish part A? Then my next question actually was going to be, you just park there. Does anyone have a question on page 1 to 40?
Yeah, Chair. Okay, I'll suspend my question because it relates to the response that I received, but I will resubmit it when we deal with the other part. Thank you.
Right now. Okay, let's go to that section.
Sorry, Chair.
Who's that?
Sorry, Chair. My apologies, Van der Western. My sincerest apologies for joining late. I had the time incorrectly noted. Chair, can I just ask on page 16?
On page?
16, 16.
Okay, I was asking for last questions and you unfortunately joining late, but I'll allow you one question on page 16.
Thank you, Chair. On page 16, there's reference to legislation in order to allow the impounding of vehicles. Can I just ask, are there any current vehicle pounds managed by province? Where are they? And does it mean that currently no vehicles are impounded by province? That reference on page 16 is I don't quite understand it, because it has been my experience that vehicles are impounded, but it could be that it's only at municipal level. And then I also would like to ask if there are any pounds, a follow-up question regarding the management of that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, that is the last question on this section. The department can respond. Then we go to page 41 to 160. Thank you, Mr. Gooch.
Chair, thank you very much. I may have to phone a friend because I know one or two offhand, but I think what I'm actually going to do is immediately direct it through to Mr. Payne for him to respond. He'll know which ones his team are responsible for instead of me having to try to use my grey matter and recall them. So, Mr. Payne, over to you, please.
Chair, yeah, province, we do have pounds. We have 3. One situated in Vredenburg, Beaufort West, and George. And then we have 2 situated at local authority level in the Overstrand and in Theewaterskloof. The 3 pounds that is managed by province, we've got systems in place and it is managed as part of our technology upgrades in terms of the vehicles that's impounded, and then also ensuring the safekeeping of the vehicles until the case is resolved, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable van der Western, you covered.
Very much. Can I just then ask about the management of these pounds? I once visited the police pound in Bellville, and I was absolutely shocked by, you know, the vehicles there and the build-up of vehicles. Obviously, at one stage, a pound needs to be cleared of vehicles as well by putting them to auction or having them crushed or something like that. And my question is just, you know, what is the policy of the Western Cape on managing these pounds and ensuring that, you know, they from time to time are cleared of unclaimed vehicles, etc. Doesn't it pose a question, a problem to the province? And are we able then to recover some of the costs by selling on impounded vehicles? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, if I may ask if Mr. Payne could continue to respond to those questions.
Chair, we, as part of our policies and procedures, we have an impound manager that's appointed as part of the to manage the 3 provincial pounds. We don't really have a problem in terms of vehicles that is kept there for an extended period of time. What Mr. Honourable van der Westhuizen is referring to, the Bellville facilities that he visited, it's known as the SAP 13 camp, and it's not deemed or registered as an impound facility. So what we've generally got the 3 situations under control. We've got a very minimum amount of vehicles that stand there for an extended period of time in terms of having to discard the vehicles as such. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're starting on part B. On the hard copy, it's page 41 to page 160. On the hard copy, it's page 41 to page 160. And on the online copy, it's page 69 up to 188. I'll give you the opportunity first to ask questions. I see the first hand is up. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I first would like to refer to page 47. I've got it down as the electronic copy. And I first would like to welcome the bursaries that are being made available by the Western Cape Department of Public Works, Transport and Public Works. My question is just to what extent are those bursary holders then required to come and work for the Western Cape? What are the conditions of those bursaries? Are they full cost bursaries? And what is the position, for example, with students that study with NSFAS aid, National Student Financial Aid Scheme financing? Are they also then encouraged to apply for positions or even internships in the Western Cape? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable America. I need to go back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to restrict myself to as far as I possibly can. My first reference is on page 45, and it relates to key service delivery challenges. And a number of challenges were sort of stated there, but I'm going to highlight 2, and that is community unrest that as an impact with regard to the completion of projects, and certainly, and also the other related challenges that in itself poses the department and the contractors. So the question I would like to ask, did we perhaps as a result of the community unrest sort of detected the emergence of a sort of what they call in KwaZulu-Natal in particular, sort of the mafia construction that is emerging in the Western Cape, and is it as a result of largely blackmailing, and that has a sort of causal effect on the disruption or of this community unrest? And then secondly, Chair, the question I have to ask is regard to the fraud and corruption in the as a challenge for the department. What impact, the financial impact in particular, this particular fraud and the risk, of course, the fraud and corruption poses the department. And then lastly, it was just alluded to the fact that as a risk of the continued state of disaster with regard to projects that are still to be completed. That's, if I call it, on page 45. And then Mr. Peterson responded to the questions earlier with regard to the youth employment services, and Honourable van der Westhuizen also alluded to it on page 47. I just want to ask additional question with regard to the completion of the sort of employment programs vis-a-vis its intake, and Mr. Peterson sort of indicated also the challenges and it expanded over 2 financial years. But have we considered perhaps other innovative ways that will sort of mitigate the challenges that may face those students in completing their programs? And then also on page 47, with regard to the apprenticeships, if we can get an indication of what's the intake in this past financial year, and whether those apprentices, whether they're still within the program, and that's on page 47. And then, Chair, on page 70, we have a situation there that it's commendable that the department introduced a queue management system that will expedite the delivery of service to the public. In terms of the assessment of this new queue or the enhancement of the queue management system, are there visible sort of benefits vis-a-vis the cost that was incurred with the upgrading of and sort of the queue management system processes, and what's the cost that's associated with that? And then, Chair, I don't know, on page 76, and in response to your particular question with regard to senior management, I think that it will be a remiss of me also to congratulate the department with regard to its sort of equity profile, although it is not compliant with the national 50% target. I think within senior management and there's vacancies that still exist, certainly it would be sort of addressed. Just one concern is in terms of top level management, when it comes to senior management, there are no African male African in particular that is reflected in the past financial year. It's an issue that will be sort of addressed to reflect the composition of our workforce. And I don't know, on page 80, Chair, I'd like to refer to the number of road crash fatalities, particularly amongst pedestrians. Did we observe that during the national state of disaster, there was a decrease in road fatalities, particularly during the curfew period that ought to have had an impact on the pedestrian fatalities? And still good to go, Chair, or was I pause?
Page 160. So continue.
Okay, good. Okay, then I'll just proceed to that immediately. In terms of that, the HED, listed the municipalities on page 149 that experiences challenges with regard to transport payments, etc. And she mentioned Swellendam being one of those municipalities. It's not reflected in that list that's on page 149, but if you go to page 145, Swellendam is reflected there, that with regard to compliance with regard to the maintenance. But what I particularly want to emphasize is, Chair, is that if you look at these municipalities, and those are the same municipalities that in the past years also have not complied and received the transfers that for road maintenance, and we can see it within those small municipalities in particular, and those that are listed, is that the secondary roads are fairly in a poor state in many of these small municipalities, and it is directly linked to them not having the financial sort of capacity to maintain those road infrastructure. Now, municipalities, these municipalities, they don't have the resources to budget for these infrastructure projects so that they could claim those subsidies back. So how do we assist these municipalities in terms of, if you don't use it, you lose it? It's certainly that it's a particular concern. And I'm just going to stop there now, Chair, because I have other follow-up questions that you may sort of, afford us an opportunity to explore after all the members have asked their primary questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
America, I just wanted to be clear that we're going up to 160. So you don't have to stop now because I don't want to come back to you when other members need an opportunity.
Okay, good to go. Thank you, Chair.
Talked about what we agreed to.
Okay, so as we on page 144, Chair, it's also Program 2 Public Works Infrastructure. The table there, you know, give us a sort of an overview of the payments that were transferred to municipalities in respect to property rates, and we have two sort of listed there, Matsakama and Vredendal. Why the separate classification, whereas Vredendal is considered to be the capital of Matsakama? So perhaps there's an explanation for that, and certainly we'll do that. And then, Chair, I want to continue with regard to, let me just see now, where am I? The upgrading or the grading of gravel roads, and these are mostly found in our rural areas on page 116. So we've noticed that there's a sort of significant sort of reduction in the targets achieved, and that was mainly due to the program that was disrupted to the lack of suitable barrow pits. Now that was the previous financial year, and then we had COVID also that sort of impacted on our service delivery. The question is whether those challenges have been sort of addressed, because we know that the farmers largely, and people in our rural areas largely, are reliant on these gravel roads, and if it is not in a regularly graded, and the produce often gets sort of damaged. And I'll stop there, Chair, for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable America. I don't want to give the impression you're stopping there for now, that we're coming back to you. I see Honourable Enriquez just had his hand up. You had a question also, and that will be the last hand on this round until 160. Thank you, Enriquez.
Good, thank you, Chair. Chair,
my hand is just sorry, Chairperson. I hear you were saying is the last person. My hand is also up.
Okay, didn't see your hand, but I'll recognize you after Honourable van der Westhuizen. Yeah, thanks, you.
Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, also regarding this part, we've got a long list of projects being undertaken, and it's quite exciting to read about it, etc. But the one thing that I'm missing from the annual report is whether we are falling behind or whether we are playing catch up, or are we catching up in terms of backlogs on maintenance, etc. Now, my question is, what is the norm for the amount to be spent on the maintenance of roads and buildings? And I do know that there's been in the past beautiful studies done on the condition of our roads, and we had this discussion last year that, you know, road maintenance or periodic maintenance is far better than when you have a road that has deteriorated too far. Now, at municipal level, for example, they say that a water pipe's life is on average 40 years, which means that you need to replace about 2.5% of all your water pipes every year. At university level, a study has shown that universities must pay about 2.8% of replacement value of the buildings must be spent on maintenance of those buildings, just to keep up with, you know, the normal wear and tear. Do we have such a norm for our public buildings as well? And to what extent are we meeting that? That is the first one. The second one for this is we do experience at least in certain towns that I'm familiar with, extremely long queues at our licensing centres. And a year ago, it was also envisaged that the Western Cape might enter into agreements like in other provinces where people are also able to make use of, if I can call it, third parties, such as the post office, to renew their licenses. And again, our report, unless I've missed it, is quiet on that one. And the third one is, we've heard this week also from Eskom that we will probably have to live with load shedding for the next 3 years. And somebody reminded me this week that the first load shedding occurred as far back as 2007. Now, we all know that a traffic or signed or traffic intersections, traffic signs, traffic lights are extremely important to ensure, the free flow of traffic, the optimal use of our roads, etc. And I'm privileged to live in a town where the municipality has started investing in, it seems like, battery backup for those traffic lights, which is an absolute blessing when there's load shedding, that the traffic can still flow freely. Now, it's my impression that province also from time to time, specify traffic lights at intersections. For example, and I've been in contact with Ms. Goods regarding the Baden-Powell traffic lights, which were unfortunately vandalized shortly after that section was opened. Are there any plans from province's side, or have you already started embarking on battery backup for traffic lights? And then, Chair, in terms of fines, do we have plans to cooperate with, for example, municipal courts? Can we do that? Because some municipalities have now started using municipal courts because of the challenges in collecting those fines. It's no use, I think it must be very, 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 hard for traffic officers to issue fines, but then to know that only a very small percentage of those fines are recovered. Do we have some creative thinking in this regard that perhaps the department would like to share with us? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Mbimbi.
Chairperson, can you hear me?
I can hear you. You can continue, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. 2 or 3 questions, Chairperson, just they are general in nature and also maybe to a certain extent will also be specific. Just to echo what was raised by Honorable America on the issue of employment equity, it might be good that maybe just to, without laboring the point that he has raised on the representation of African on the top management in particular. If you look at there, I think it's unfortunately the table is not in front of me now, but on the pages I look on the electronic document is actually, I think it's 2 white male, 1 white, a female, and also I think 1 white colored. So there is an absolute absence of Africans. Is it maybe because there are no Africans at all in the Western Cape? We all know it's not true, or maybe it's just generally a lack of interest in wanting to come to work on the province. So I just wanted to add on that, because it's also one of the questions I have highlighted. Now, on the issue of public transport service in general, I just want to maybe if we can, the department can just elaborate on the progress regarding the Go George, especially the problems that used to be there regarding the management of public stakeholders that we're having a specific interest in the project, and that also led to a certain extent delay of the project, especially the implementation of the project in Thembalethu in particular. Just want to check whether how is what is the progress that has been made in terms of unveiling that project, especially on the Thembalethu route. maybe while on the public transport, it might be good if also maybe the department can share some progress on the My City, especially in Khayelitsha and Mitchell's Plain. Then the last question, Chairperson, will be around the issue of the red dot and blue dot. I think red dot is actually doing very well, especially as a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. I think it worked on very well, and I think it's still in operation. I think I would like to commend the department on that. Then on the blue dot, Chairperson, the way I understand is that if the department can just elaborate more on this, it looks like it's an incentive for good behavior. And one of the issues I think I read about in the report is that the department is putting in a tracker. And I don't know whether it's the tracker about tracking the whereabouts of the vehicle, or is it also checking on how the driver is behaving inside, or does the tracker also report on the behavior of the driver? I just wanted to check whether what the balance between using a tracker and driver behavior, because it looked like the whole idea behind it is to try and improve and the behavior of taxi drivers in particular. So I just want to check whether how is the tracker used to monitor the behavior of the drivers. I can make an example, like this morning while I was taking my daughter to school. Unfortunately, I could not take the details of the vehicle. A blue dot taxi actually did not stop on the stop sign. So how do we track this using the tracker? How do we track the behavior of the taxi drivers using that? But I also would like to check what is the actual amount of an incentive in terms of monetary. I know it might have to do with section C and E, but it might be good that if maybe the department can just elaborate on the actual incentives that are being given to the taxi owners and taxi drivers, so far as Blue Dot is concerned. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, colleagues. That's the questions up to page 160. Ms. Gooch, this is for you and your team to respond. Thank you very much.
Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. I just at the start, if I could give an indication, as I did last time, that some of the questions will be directed through to members of the team. So if Mr. Peterson would mind picking up on the questions regarding some elements of the bursary program around the costing, etc. I can indicate that there is generally a requirement for bursary holders to work back the bursary obligations. So Mr. Peterson can provide some further detail on that one. The other one then is if he wouldn't mind picking up also through your chair on Member America's questions around the youth employment and the way to mitigate some of those challenges. And I will pick up then on the bulk of the other questions. And as I get through them, because they were quite a long list, I may direct through to other members of the team. So perhaps if I may, through your chair, to then start the questions that were asked around community unrest and the impact and completion of the projects. So certainly we have picked up, and there are instances where contractors have informed us of what, through your chair, Member America's remarks were about the kind of construction mafia approaching contractors. Some of those we have through our team and through the link that we have with the Transport Priority Committee, informed SAPs and tried to gather information to be able to advise contractors on the steps that they should take. I can, however, say that in some instances, contractors actually do not wish to go and lay a case with SAPs. They actually feel too intimidated to do so. And this is more anecdotal, than I have from an evidence perspective, an indication that there's a view that nothing is going to be done about it, and therefore they actually don't go and lay a formal complaint. So we have picked it up, certainly not to the extent that I am aware seems to take place in some of the other provinces, but it is slowly but surely becoming more of an issue, depending also on where you're working, where the project is being undertaken. The question then through your chair around the financial impact of fraud and corruption and what was listed there and the challenges particularly linked to the vehicle licensing section and side of things. Certainly from a general point of view, matters being dealt with either whether it's providing a license fraudulently, it could be therefore in some instances that the tear of the vehicle and weight, which then means that you pay a higher vehicle license, that is adjusted, incorrectly, and therefore somebody is charged a lower rate for their license fee, and that is clearly fraud as well as corruption, and that would have a financial impact on the department because what we should be getting in terms of revenue is then reduced. Often what has been picked up and what you're aware of is the work that we do in collaboration with the Hawks and, where necessary, the relevant municipalities at the different testing stations and others, that there is an indication that licenses, whether it's vehicle licenses or driver's licenses, are issued fraudulently. So a vehicle then isn't roadworthy or doesn't meet the necessary requirements, or the driver doesn't actually meet the requirements in terms of the driver's license test. And so while there is a payment made and the relevant municipality would get the revenue, the impact is that we are sitting with vehicles on our roads that perhaps don't meet the necessary roadworthy requirements, or we have drivers, of course, who do not actually meet the required standard from a driving perspective. Mr. Ahmed, please feel free if you'd like to add anything when I'm finished, but that I would say through your chair would be the core impacts. Then the question about the continued state of disaster on our projects. As it stands, all of our projects are back on site, so there isn't any impact from the lockdown, or if you recall at the start of lockdown when we were lifting those levels, only certain sectors of the economy could get back to work at certain times. So that is not the case now for the construction industry, so they're all underway and moving along. The impact that one does have is that the contractors are now needing to make sure, of course, that they comply with the necessary distancing requirements or sanitation and others. That does have an impact when you're working in close quarters on some of the sites. So that is something that contractors are having to manage on an ongoing basis. The question that was posed about the apprenticeships and the numbers that were taken in, it's actually given at the end of that paragraph around the apprenticeships, the diesel mechanic apprenticeships. 8 people were taken into the program in the last financial year, and it's my understanding that it's a 4-year program, and therefore those 8 people that were taken in last year will continue and are still there this year, and there's obviously numbers that have carried through from previous years into this year. The question about the queue management system, and that I've picked up, that's from the service delivery section linked to the licensing environments, particularly the operating license sections. I will ask if Mr. Ahmed could please just give an indication of the cost and the benefit, so a sense of the impact for the team from an operational perspective since it's upgrade. So Mr. Ahmed, if you wouldn't mind picking that up a little bit later. Then, if I may, and it picks up both Member America's question as well as Member Lumbi's question regarding the SMS and Black African representativity within the top management of the department. And I can and would like to just remind the committee that the department obviously tries to fill posts in line with the Employment Equity Plan. It's a 5-year plan. Our Employment Equity Plan as it stands runs through to the end of March 2022, and there are annual targets that are captured within the Employment Equity Plan. We have previously shared it with the Standing Committee upon request in previous years. And in terms of that particular plan for the April 2020 to the 31st of March 2021, the plan indicated that the target for African males was 0, understanding that that was an intention that one would move to and adjust that as the year passed. So there is a target of 1 in terms of African male to be in the top management team by the end of March 2022. Clearly, that is linked to our ability to have suitable applicants and people that are then shortlisted and interviewed in terms of positions, and also on the basis of positions that are vacant that are then advertised. We can't terminate anybody's employment in order to then create a vacancy to then advertise and try to fill. So that is just an indication in terms of the employment equity plan of the department that was in place for a 5-year time period. The question then around the road crash fatalities and whether we saw a decrease, I can't, particularly in pedestrians. I can indicate that certainly during the hard lockdown and the slow lifting of the lockdown time period, there was a substantial decrease in road crash fatalities that was reported. And certainly, if I recall, in the year under review, the department actually produced a number of press releases and information that were shared with the public about that. As far as the question about whether there is a reduction in road crash fatalities, particularly pedestrians, under the curfew time period, I need to ask whether Advocate Reinecker or Mr. Payne would be able to just clarify that particular one. I don't have the detail in front of me from a timeline perspective. Then trying to clarify the conundrum about Swellendam, and unfortunately, because through your chair, Honourable America is working, I gather, off a slightly different, potentially a different copy to the hard copy that I have, I would like just to flag that in terms of tables, so if I'm talking about table numbers now, Chair, table number 48, which is about transfer payments budgeted for.
I think it's 146.
Yes, that's right. So it's table 48 on the hard copy, as you say, page 146. The table carries over onto page 147. Yes. And in that regard, Swellendam is listed. So I'm not certain whether perhaps I'm misunderstanding Member America's question, where he says Swellendam isn't indicated, as to whether perhaps he's looking at, if I may say, Chair, a different table, but that one, Swellendam, is listed, certainly on my copy, on page 147. Then just taking that further, though, the question there that he posed around the approach and the department takes and to deal with the municipalities, and particularly with municipalities that perhaps then don't claim the subsidies. So the subsidy is only allocated towards the proclaimed roads in town. So in other words, the municipal proclaimed roads, and it's not for their municipal streets. Now, if the municipality doesn't do any maintenance on their road, they therefore would not be submitting a claim to the department in terms of the allocation that has been provided for. So if they don't have anything to claim, or they don't go through the process to claim, the funds are therefore not transferred. We do make provision for it, as Member America is correct, year in and year out, because we can't then process a payment to them in terms of a claim that they may provide if we haven't allocated that within the budget. So there is therefore an allocation provided. So if they don't access it, the funds are therefore, let's say, as articulated at the end of the financial year, as unspent, and goes back into the usual treasury processes for consideration as underspending from the department, and funds then being available for reallocation perhaps in the future years. The question around the Vredendal versus Matsikama property rates, I think that just comes down to how the invoice was received and then paid. So you would add the 36,000 to the relevant municipality that was indicated there. The question then about the grading of gravel and blading of gravel roads, and during lockdown, I can indicate, of course, that as a result of lockdown, blading was reduced. If you recall that, therefore, people were not actually allowed to be working at that time. The roads teams were not allowed to be functioning. And once you've lost a part of your program, you can't catch it up, because then there's other parts of the program that are impacted. So there is certainly an impact in terms of the blading of gravel roads. And certainly then what the department has done, and we've mentioned it in the past, that we are also looking from a gravel material point of view, that we have got to purchase 2 inline crushers in an attempt to try something different to respond to the challenges that we've had about availability of gravel material. The question then about maintenance and backlogs, as well as then the kind of costs and catch up, I can indicate that no, we are not catching up at all as far as backlogs are concerned from a maintenance perspective. The annual report does indicate in the section around the maintenance aspects of the department, and particularly the area in relation to provincial roads. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the page reference, Chair. That there is insufficient funding allocated, so we are not being able to catch up on maintenance backlogs at all. The general rule of thumb is that we wouldn't want more than 10% of the network to be classified as poor or very poor. So that's the sort of benchmark. We don't have a percentage spend in a roads perspective, but an indication of the quantum that we would want to be classified as poor to very poor, because that then becomes the work of the team for the future, for the years. So as we do improvements, that becomes good and very good or fair, and of course other parts of the network then deteriorate. And that is articulated, as you can see, and I've got the page number, page 115, within the graphs that are identified there. From a building perspective, I do believe that the Honourable Member van Westhuizen did make a point about a percentage of the replacement value. In general, one should be spending around about 2% of the replacement value of a building in terms of maintenance. Unfortunately, there is insufficient funding available to do so. Then the question.
You got a minute for me? Sorry, I just want to. Just give me 1 second.
Sorry, Chair, may I continue?
Yes, somebody.
Thank you. The question then around the queues at licensing centres and the approach, certainly the department has been looking and working on agreements with the South African Post Office as far as third-party agreements for the processing of motor vehicle licenses is concerned. And there is also work that's being done with the RTMC, the Road Traffic Management Corporation. It's anticipated that they are also busy finalizing the online renewal system at a slightly lower management fee or agency cost than what we would be charged by other members. And as a result, that is something that we're pursuing, because it does mean that there would be a saving for us in that regard. Mr. Ahmed is welcome to expand upon that if he'd like to, when he picks up on the queue management aspects. Then, Chair, the questions around the traffic signals and battery backup, certainly we are, and that is something that is done wherever appropriate, necessary, and it can be done. I must indicate, however, that one of the challenges we experience, and I am also aware that the city experiences a lot of, is that the batteries are stolen. So just this past weekend, I've been informed that on the N2 in Borchards Quarry, as well as the R300 Stellenbosch arterial, we've had traffic signals stolen. I think it's 5 poles, if I understand correctly, in terms of traffic signals that have been stolen over this weekend. And as a result, even then, battery backups, which you're correct through your chair to Honourable van der Westhuizen, is necessary when we come to load shedding. It doesn't help if they are stolen. So that is something that we do look at and try to implement, but have to understand as well the situation that we find ourselves in. The question around fines and the cooperation with municipalities, just a point that as a department, the fines that our officers issue, we do not obtain the revenue from that into our coffers. That goes into the municipalities' coffers. So where assistance is necessary, where potentially we are called upon to try to provide some assistance and support, we certainly do so, but it isn't something that we then link directly as far as collection is concerned on the basis that that moves into the municipal space. Of course, Chair, just as a point, ARTO will change that, and that fine revenue then would be redirected to the province where fines are issued by the provincial traffic teams. Then, through you, Chair, the question around progress on the public transport side with Go George. I'm sure we'll find the necessary reference in the annual report to the Go George system. I will ask that Mrs. Ribbenaar just provide an update in readiness as far as that's concerned. In respect of the My City, of course, that is a City of Cape Town project, and therefore our annual report doesn't cover aspects of the My City progress of the City of Cape Town. Then I just want to acknowledge and appreciate Member Mvimbi's comment and commendation around the red dot. And on the blue dot, the initial feedback, and Mrs. Ribbenaar is welcome to add to it, is that the tracker tracks not only the vehicle, but also picks up driver behavior in relation to harsh braking, harsh acceleration, so that also is able to be used as far as an attempt to change the behavior. But Mrs. Ribbenaar is able to add to that as well. So, Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Mr. Peterson to start with the questions around the bursary side of things, as well as the youth employment, and then to move across through to Mr. Ahmed as far as the queue management side, any elements he'd like to add about the fraud and corruption, as well as the aspects around the long queues and the licensing element, then through to to Advocate Reinecker around the fatalities of pedestrians during curfew time, and then finally through to Mrs. Ribbenaar regarding Go George and any element she'd like to add on the blue dot. So, Chair, with your agreement, please, over to you, Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Mr. America. We'll come back to your question afterwards in case there's another follow-up. So let's the department just continue for now, please. Continue, colleagues.
Thank you. Thanks, Jackie. I will try and answer Mr. Member America's question as best I can. I'm not sure that I got all of it, but I'll give it my best shot. In terms of the Masaki Sizwe bursary program, firstly, it is a comprehensive bursary program, and the original intent when we started this bursary program was to provide some kind of pipeline into our department of professionals in some of these fields that are listed here. And the bursary does have conditions attached to it, as most bursaries would, and it is required as a minimum for the bursar to accept employment in the department for a period equal to the duration of the bursary that has been issued to that person. Where the department is unable to absorb these bursars they would obviously be released of their bursary obligations. Now, what we have done, and we've done it very successfully, I would say, I mean, others can judge it on their own, but we have been quite successful in providing over the last number of years the department with professionals that emanates from the bursary program, because subsequent to the completion of the qualification, it is obviously there is still a road to be walked by this bursar to get the registration with their professional bodies. And my unit works obviously very closely with especially roads and public works. We've got very good relations with them to absorb as many of these graduates into the department so that we can provide them with their professional training and up to the point where they get professionally registered. Now, as you can see on this list, we have in this program as well, we have tried to move with the times in terms of what the requirements of our department as well as the profession broadly is concerned in terms of the qualifications. You can see that geomatics, for example, is a fairly new field, property studies, town, regional, and so on. Those are new fields that we've added because of the demands of our department on the one hand, and also what is required in the profession broadly. Now, our approach has always been that through this bursary program, we are looking firstly to meet the needs of our department in terms of professionally qualified people in these fields. But it's also been our position that where we are unable to absorb these graduates into the department, we are also quite happy for them to be absorbed elsewhere in the country, because in that way we're also making a contribution towards providing professionals in these fields in the country in broader. So that is as far as our bursary program is concerned. We do, Mr. America also asked about NSFAS students now, and whether they are accommodated here. They are not accommodated directly, because our focus is, of course, these people that we have given bursaries to. But in terms of them having access to opportunities in the department, whenever positions are advertised, they are obviously free to apply for those positions as well. But our support internship program is specifically obviously aimed at those people that we have given bursaries to. I mean, it would be unwise, I would think, if we are unable to provide full internships to all of these people that we give bursaries to then still look beyond that cohort. I'm happy to respond if I haven't answered this issue completely. On the NYS program side, I think the question there was about innovation, and I can just say that the NYS program is it's the National Youth Service, so it's a national program. We collaborate nationally on the program. We look at what is needed in the economy broadly around skills in the built environment, and we develop skills programs around those requirements. We obviously also try and adapt to to the new order, especially around in the energy space around green skills. So we are at the moment, I am busy with my team, we're looking at the possibility of rolling out programs around wind energy, for example, wind energy technicians and so on. So yes, we are trying to be innovative in terms of our offering, but you know, we're not saying that we have all the answers. So if there is any suggestions from this committee on other innovative approaches that we can consider in the NYS program, we would be quite happy to consider those as well. Just on the employment side of you know, even our students in the bursary program or our NYS learners and so on, the ultimate success factor of employment of these young people is going to be dependent upon how our economy performs. I mean, if the economy doesn't grow, and that has been emphasized by the Minister of Finance again yesterday, we need economic growth for employment to increase. What we do on the NYS side is we try and look at what is required by the economy, and we tailor our skills programs around that. But what we do find is that on our artisan programs, for example, the employment absorption rates are extremely high. When those people finish, when they get their trade test, their Red Seal trade certificates, they are really in high demand. The NYS program is not a full trade testing program. So we do take some of them, the better performers, and then take them through to completing their trade test. And when they do, they get absorbed very quickly. But as I say, the ultimate test for employment, and that includes even our bursary programs, which is obviously at a secondary level, tertiary level, the bursary programs, and then the NYS, which is at a lower entry level. But for both of them, the real test of employment is going to be ultimately how the economy performs. We try and prepare them, get them as employment ready and as employable as we can, but we cannot guarantee any of these youngsters permanent employment, unfortunately. There is just no such thing. We cannot guarantee employment, but we do support them as best we can. Obviously, these people on the bursary side, when they get their professional registrations, also they are in extremely high demand, extreme high demand. So those are my answers. If there's anything that I've left out, I'll be happy to fill in where the gaps are. Thank you, Jackie.
Thank you.
Through you, Chair, thank you very much. If I could then ask that Mr. Ahmed pick up the points that are on his list. Thank you.
Thank you, HOD, Chair, through you. Firstly, with regards to the QMatic, the information that I have available with regards to the cost thus far, it's about 655,000 and some change that our branch has spent thus far. Just with regards to the broader question around the visible change that the queue management system has introduced. The system, of course, was introduced in tandem with a review of our processes as well and our process flows, and in particular, a much expanded help desk at the at the entrance to the building in Vangate. So at the help desk, we've now introduced a much more rigorous screening of clients as they enter the building, and they are also linked to our new system, the public transport regulation system, which has a number of what I would call regular documents that would be required from a client, like a tax clearance certificate, an ID document specifically, vehicle registration papers that we now have scanned in, that those clients can then also see on our system, and we have access to those documents via our electronic content management system. So it's a combination of the queue management system, our public transport regulation system, and also a change in our workflows and our processes that have contributed to a significant improvement in client experience. And we can see it actually visibly when I go to the building, for instance. There are much fewer people having to sit in queues for long periods because many of them would be assisted at the help desk. We're trying to get people also to be assisted online. So the queue management system, as a part of the holistic initiative to make it a more pleasant client experience, has certainly been well worth the money that we've spent on it. Then HOD, just very briefly on the fraud and corruption, if I may. As you're well aware, HOD, and through you, Chair, we do have regular engagements with the Hawks, the National Prosecuting Authority. When it comes to fraud and corruption, specifically in the licensing environment, very often we're talking about syndicates that are very organized and that operate across provinces. So when we, for instance, had arrests in the last couple of years, it would entail transactions that were made in another province that included one of our staff members, one of those staff members, in fact, that I think was convicted as well. So in terms of fraud and corruption, we do have this good working relationship with the Hawks and the National Prosecuting Authority. We meet with them regularly to take stock of those cases that our own team would raise at those meetings as possible concerns that are then investigated and very often then lead to a broader investigation across provinces. But it is of course, it's a very thorough and detailed process that takes possibly a number of years to get to the syndicates that are sometimes involved in this. Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, thank you. If I could then ask that Mrs. Rubenaar picks up on the points regarding the Go George, and if she wants to on the Blue Dot, and then finally Advocate Reinecker on the pedestrian fatalities.
Thank you, HOD. Chairperson, through you, just in terms of the Go George question, the intention is to roll out the Temboletu area, which is referred to as 4A, in the new municipal financial year. So that's June, July next year. Just in terms of progress with the stakeholders, as Member Mavimbi would know, we, in the oversight visit earlier this year, we presented the two task teams that's been established. The one is the George Community Forum, and the other one is the Unedo Taxi Forum. So we meet with those two stakeholder groups on a regular basis to give them updates on progress, as well as to understand the challenges that they're facing. So that's been going very well. So we're hoping that we can implement in the new municipal financial year. And then in terms of Blue Dot, HOD is correct. We measure operator performance through the onboard tracker, as well as on the ground monitors, and then obviously the user feedback platforms as well. So we do monitor speeding, harsh driving, which includes harsh accelerating and braking. And then also, very importantly, is the route adherence. The maximum incentive, member Mavimbi, that any operator could earn on a month is 10,000. What we've noticed since implementation is that it averages at about 5,000 rand operator. It's unfortunate also to hear about your experience with a Blue Dot taxi earlier in the week. But what we do need to understand is that bad driving behavior is something that is entrenched in the industry. And this is exactly what we're trying to change through this incentive program, but it will take time because this is an industry that does not get a subsidy, and therefore they chase fares. And they chase fares by bad driving behavior, unfortunately. So we've seen some good shifts in behavior through the incentive program, and we believe that towards the end of the pilot, we'll see some significant shifts. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And if I could, if Member Mvimbi experiences such a situation again, please, the information is provided usually within and outside the taxi with the number for him to call or report any particular matter, and that then will be taken up in the process and is used to try to shift the behavior. So we would like to ask him if he could add his comments as a passenger or a fellow road user in terms of experience. Through you, Chair, then the final point through to Advocate Reinecker around the pedestrian fatalities, please.
Good morning again to everyone. Just to contextualize sort of road fatalities as a whole, I think it's important that before I just chat a little bit about the reduction in pedestrian fatalities, South Africa is a signatory to the United Nations Decade of Action to reduce road fatalities, and that was signed in Moscow in 2009. As part of what was agreed to achieve was one of the goals was to reduce fatalities by 50%. And death rates on our roads are calculated per 100,000 population. So at the start of the Decade of Action, that was around 2009, around 30 people were dying on our roads per 100,000 population. As of 2019, 10 years later, because the United Decade of Action was for a 10-year period, we were at around 20 deaths per 100,000. From where we started at around 30, it meant that we had achieved around about a 33%, and I'm just giving rough numbers, 33% drop in fatalities. That was up to 2019, and it showed that we were on the right trajectory. Then, if you look at the calendar year from 2019 to 2020, suddenly you see a massive drop, and this was the hard lockdown periods. So you see a massive drop, and the lockdown periods also, not just the hard lockdown, but the lockdown periods, 2019 to 2020, we see that the deaths come down from around 20 to 15, which for that calendar year, and I'm going to stress it's calendar year, represents a 25% drop during the lockdown period of overall deaths on our road. If we look at it per financial year, you can see on page 68 of our annual report that the reduction was around, let me just see, 17%. And also you can see on that table, if you look, that the pedestrians' deaths in that financial year decreased by 14.56%, indicating a massive reduction. During hard lockdown, I have an indication that there was a 77.3% reduction during this, looked at the same period for the previous year. And I think that then answers the questions.
Chair, thank you very much. Yes, I do think we've covered everything. If we haven't, please, if the relevant member could indicate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there was one question that Member America wanted to follow up on the Swellendam issue. Member America.
Thank you, Chair. The Chair didn't want to make a big deal of it because I'm the constituency head of Swellendam. But and you've sent me a picture of the table where Swellendam features. So it may just be that I have don't have that table reflected in my book. I have a different one, and certainly I'm going to rest my case because on my table 47 it doesn't reflect, and table 48 is a completely different table. So just that. And then this is lastly, Chair, in terms of the responses of Mr. Peterson, it is laudable that we spend so much money on our graduate recruitment program and expanding and developing skills, and we try as much to absorb them within the department, and whatever cannot be absorbed as per Mr. Peterson's response, those recipients of these bursaries are released of the obligation to work for, for the department. Now, isn't it possible, and I'm not trying to be sort of provincial in my outlook, but certainly it comes from our fiscus, where there is perhaps a possibility that there could be some collaboration with some of our municipalities also to not from financial perspective, but also from a employment perspective, perhaps, see to what extent we can link the bursaries also for employment within the city of Cape Town or Drakensberg, Stellenbosch, wherever, instead of them having to seek opportunities outside of the province. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We'll have to look at your book, Member America, because I've screenshot you. That table is in my book, so we'll have to see what went wrong in the printing process. But anyway, colleagues, any more questions on this session before we continue? Okay, no more. I just got one question from my side. On HOD on page 116, I saw on the decline on the provincial road infrastructure maintenance grant. What is that additional funding that is needed? Because if 73% of our provincial surface roads are reaching 25-year design life, it will be a problem going in the future because our trains is not running. So trucks are using our trains. So do we have an amount yet, and has national government given an indication as to what will be done to fix the problem? Thank you.
Chair, in terms of the Provincial Road Asset Management Plan, which is also available on the website each year, the department calculates what is considered therefore the technical need. So in other words, what is required pretty much as what you're asking for in order to bring the network up to the requisite standard. My recollection offhand, and I can go and check, but the number is in the region of 23 billion rand as it stands to bring the provincial network up to the requisite standard. And the tables that, or the graphics, should I say, that are on page 115, which splits between the paved network and the unpaved network, aim to give you an indication that if you had, and you would probably see then on the paved network, which is figure 1 at the top of that page, the green line shows you that if we were able to access what the technical needs are, in other words, what the network is calling for from a funding perspective, you would see how the condition would improve over time. Remembering, of course, that you can't be doing all work at once, so it has to be done over a period of time. Whereas the provincial budget as it stood in terms of the timeline of this graphic, which is the light blue dashed line, as it's projected into the future, shows a slow and steady deterioration of the network. So the 23 billion is going to just increase more and more, based upon our current estimates, to in the region of about 47 billion for the timeline of the ramp, which I think is over the next 10 years or so. Chair, I hope I've clarified that for you. Thank you.
And just to confirm, the latest report is available, and that 25 billion, is that over the MTF period, or 23 billion?
So through you, Chair, what would be required per year over the MTF and actually for the next 10 years or longer is in the region of 6 to 7 billion rand per annum additional. So that 20 odd billion is over a period of time. And as I said, we wouldn't be able to spend it all, even if you suddenly could wave a magic wand. So and even then, adding a further 6 or 7 billion to the roads budget would take a tremendous effort to be able to spend from next year onwards. So that's why there's what's called an intervention budget that's identified. That's the yellow dotted line, and saying what we believe is necessary and is able to be dealt with and responded to from the team. So it is a per annum requirement. The latest numbers are available. The Road Asset Management Plan is produced, as I say, on an annual basis. The 2021-22 document is available and accessible through the RNIS website.
Thank you very much. Was there any further response to Mr. America, or have we covered that response?
Through you, Chair, I put into the chat the snapshot of the table that I've got in my document, and I also then looked on my records for the electronic version that was sent through to the provincial legislature as far as the tabling is concerned. So that's the table that I'm referring to that has Swellendam indicated in it. So, as I say, I apologize if Member America's got a different document, but that is the one as well in terms of the email that was then sent through to the legislature as well, as far as the submission of the annual report was concerned, and that was dated the 3rd of November.
Okay, no, that's fine. I've also got that one, and I did take a screenshot of WhatsApp it to Member America, so he's got it now. Okay, we go to the last section, page 193 to page 225. Page 193 to page 225. Colleagues, can I see your hands for questions on this section? Part D, page 193 to page 226 on the hard copy, and in the PDF version, page 225 to page 258. Thank you. I'll see the Member America's first hand.
Thank you, Chair. No, there is certainly a confusion, Chair, but I accept the tables that were submitted by yourself and the HOD. But in terms of the current section, I only have two questions, Chair, and they are, and I hope my page numbering synchronizes with the ones that is under review. That being on page 215, and it's table 3.6.2, reasons for not having concluded performance agreements with all SMS members on the 30th of May 2019. I just want to update that due to the late appointment of the SMS members that were not who have not concluded performance agreements, whether that has subsequently been sort of completed. And then the last question I have on with regard to this particular section is on page 228, and where is it now? That being sure, the last table 3.12.4, and that didn't really that relates to grievances lodged.
Sorry, you definitely have a different book, because my 228 is in the Auditor General's. So just give us the table number. Let's find it.
No, it's 3.12.4, Chair.
3.12.4. That's on the grievances lodge.
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah.
Just an update in terms of, it's in terms of those grievances not resolved. Where are they? Is it held up in the in process in the bargaining council, or where are the just an update in terms of those grievances. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Member van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is on table 314. It's on the page with the number at the bottom 197.
Table 314.
Correct?
Got it.
Chair, there's a salaries as a percentage of personnel expenditure. Now, I assume that what is meant by lower skilled levels, 3.5%, that all those percentages should add up to 100%, but it doesn't. So perhaps if somebody could just help me how to interpret that table. How come that, if you take the salaries plus the overtime plus the housing allowance plus the medical assistance, all of that doesn't add up to the full salary budget or salary expense of the department. What other expenses would also be forming part of the personnel expenditure? Are we including, for example, training? And perhaps if we could just get some detail regarding the, if I can call it, the missing percentage that is not reflected in this table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, colleagues. Any other questions on the session? See no further hands. Ms. Gooch, your team can continue.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm going to work my way up. Take the last question first, because that's where I've got my book open. Through you, Chair, the note directly above that table provides the information to Member van der Westhuizen's question. So, because both tables are actually covering the same type of thing, but in two different ways. So the additional expenditure that's part of the overall personnel expenditures, the indications of pensions, anything for performance bonuses and other allowances that do make up, that are articulated there. It could be danger pay provided for, as an example, for certain staff members and so on. So that's what takes up the personnel expenditure and why the percentage isn't a total of 100%. So I hope that that's clarified the question. Then through you, Chair, to Honourable Member America's question for table 312.4. In that particular table, let me now also just get through to that page, 312.4, it indicates at the bottom of the table, and Member America is asking around progress in relation to grievances not resolved. There's an indication in the note there that when something is stipulated as being not resolved, it's not that it hasn't yet been concluded. The note there says that grievances not resolved refer to cases that are finalized, but where the outcome wasn't in favor of the aggrieved and found to be unsubstantiated. So that's what the not resolved actually means. It's not that they're continuing to be worked on. It's just that they were not found in favor of the aggrieved. Then the question on table 362, the progress around SMS members and their performance agreements. That particular table indicates, Chair, with the answer of none, is that there were no SMS members who had not concluded performance agreements within the time required. So in other words, everybody had complied with the timeline in terms of the submission and conclusion of their performance agreements. I trust I've covered questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just for the avoidance of doubt from Mr. America, so you're saying that for the year under review, there was, of the 98 that you had, 87 were resolved, 11 was not resolved because there was no case to it. And for the year under review, there was nothing outstanding. Is that my understanding as well?
Chair, no, it's not that there would be nothing outstanding. So that's just not the classification of the not resolved. There could be grievances that have carried over because potentially a grievance could have been lodged on the 30th of March and would then take the necessary time period and appropriate time period to be dealt with, which would move it into the new financial year. So no, it doesn't mean that there was nothing still underway at the end of the financial year.
Okay, thank you. Member from the Westhuizen.
Chair, thank you very much, and thank you for that explanation. And I can quite imagine that pensions make up a big part of the what I call the missing 20% in that table. So thank you for that. But in responding, the HOD also referred to, if I recall correctly, danger pay. Perhaps if you could just expand on when would one qualify for such top-ups, under what conditions would it be considered that one should get that additional top-up, and is that also carrying pension? Is it for a certain period? Is it for a certain situation? Certain service in certain areas of the province? I'm quite interested in just the process followed to ensure that obviously such decisions are transparent and fair, also fair towards other employees of the wider provincial administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, before you respond, I'm going to give Member America an opportunity just to follow up. And then in the meantime, can perhaps one of your team members just inform the GMT to get ready? Thank you. Member America.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the response to my questions. I think that what I was asking is that I'm fully aware that for the period under review, there's no performance agreements outstanding, but in the explanatory paragraph, it stated that 2 members that did not complete performance agreements were appointed on the 1st of May. Now that's after the reporting period. My question was simply whether subsequent to this reporting period, whether those 2 outstanding performance agreements have been concluded. And in relation to my second question, I think there was a variety to it, is that although it said that where the outcome was not in favor of the employee, it is still reflected as an outstanding grievance, whether those processes are somewhere in the bargaining council or whether they are in courts. Hence, the process is not considered to be concluded. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, may I respond?
Yes, please, continue.
Thank you, Chair. So the first question, let me pick up the point around the SMS members being appointed in May. Yes, their performance agreements are concluded within the timeline stipulated, which is usually 3 months after they've been appointed, and that has been done. All members have complied. The question around the conclusion, so I perhaps have been misunderstood. I didn't indicate that the not resolved means... The not resolved means that they were not in favour. We do not have the indication of the timelines, and I can't indicate and don't have at hand the details of how many have then gone potentially to a bargaining council or CCMA, etc. That information I can gather and provide through to the committee should you wish, but unfortunately don't have that at hand. Then the question from Member van der Westhuizen about danger pay. It is outlined and undertaken in line with national DPSA provisions. There are directives issued by the national government about when danger pay is applicable and when not, and it is actually linked and quite narrowly indicated where it is linked to particular posts. So in other words, I don't have the discretion to just decide that staff member X would be entitled to danger pay. It is actually very clearly outlined and articulated. And within the department's environment, as an example, one of our traffic officers, for example, would be entitled to and are covered by that particular provision. The amount is not substantial. It's a couple of £100 per month. It is not a huge amount of money that is provided for and is governed, as I say, by national directives in terms of danger pay. Chair, I hope I've covered the points. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's clearly explained to me. Colleagues, thank you very much for your participation. I don't see any further hands up this morning. And to the department and Minister Mitchell, you want to make some closing remarks? HOD or Minister Mitchell, you want to make some closing remarks? I think the Minister and the HOD might feel they've talked enough for this morning.
And thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the committee for once again for the robust engagement. I mean, we're always willing to answer questions. So from my side, thank you very much, and thank you to the HOD and the department. And as I in my opening remarks, it will again be remiss of me not to acknowledge the work that has been done by the department under very difficult circumstances. So thank you very much from my side.
Thank you, Minister. HOD, you want to add anything before I conclude?
Chair, from my side, I suppose I do need to also on behalf of the department, thank the committee for the opportunity to go through and, where necessary, acknowledge and appreciate the work that's done and ask the questions to explain and clarify matters. I would also like to just publicly appreciate every single person's contribution for the Department of Transport and Public Works, as well as all of those that support us in the work that we do and the achievements that are recorded and helping us to respond to the challenges that are articulated. And I do trust, Chair, that we will have a similar interaction on the GMT report. Thank you.
Thank you. From our side, we also just want to say thank you and thank you to the department. All your achievement in the last year under extremely difficult circumstances during global pandemic is certainly noted. And I mean, I was at the opening of the Arch, and what a beautiful facility that was, a beautiful bridge. Certainly, a few pictures that were taken as traveled around the world shows the quality of work done by this department, but all your officials, from the administrative staff that we meet when we go oversight visits, to your traffic officials on the road, to your teams interacting with a difficult taxi industry. We know it's tough and it certainly should turn everybody grey. We do appreciate all the hard work from this department, and thank you very much and have a lovely day further. We'll convene at 10:30 with the government motor transport, so they've got 8 minutes to join. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, colleagues. Checking if everybody's online. And we're restarting the meeting. For the record, can I just see if all our members are here?
Chair. Morning, Chairperson and members of the committee.
Morning.
Lulama Mzindi.
Good morning, Chair. Derek America. Thank you.
Good morning, Andrikus van der Westhuizen.
Thank you, Honourable America. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ricardo Mackenzie. I'm the chairperson of the committee. We're now dealing with the annual report of the GMT, as they know it, or Government Motor Transport. We will do it in the same format that we did the annual report of the department. Can I just confirm with the department if everybody's here from GMT before we continue? Ms. Gooch?
Yes, Chair. As far as I can see on the attendance list, yes, everybody's present who needs to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister Mitchell or Ms. Gooch, do you want to make opening remarks before we continue with the actual report?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think I've made my opening remarks. I think we can get straight into the report, and we'll then happily answer questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. So, colleagues, we're starting with the Government Motor Transport Annual Report from page 1 up to page 44. From page 1 up to page 44. Can I see hands for any questions, please? Honourable van der Westhuizen, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, can I just say initially, or by introduction, it was a very interesting report to read and quite heartwarming, many of the developments. And I did my own little comparison yesterday between commercial providers of rental fleet and some of the figures mentioned here. And indeed, it seems as if this department is offering great value for money to our provincial departments, which I'm really grateful for, and I want to congratulate you for that as well. Despite that, there are a few things which I find quite interesting. On the one hand, I would love to hear what the predictions are in terms of public servants and their need for government transport in the light of COVID, and the fact that more and more meetings are being done virtually, the fact that some people are allowed still to work from home, and that it seems as if in taking other countries worldwide into account, that there may be further so-called waves of the pandemic with restrictions on travel, restrictions on meeting in the office, etc. Then the second one is, in the light of that, I found it interesting that the fleet increased by, if I'm correctly, 190 vehicles in a year where the distance traveled came down by about 23.4%, if I remember correctly. Now, obviously, we all know that vehicles depreciate in value and that they must be put to optimal use. And therefore, I'm just wondering, how come that we're expanding the fleet over a period of 15 years? I presume the latter category might be like earth-moving equipment, etc. But perhaps we could just be, informed of what is the rationale and what types of vehicles are being depreciated so much faster than others. 4 years is for somebody like myself who's never sold a vehicle, within 10 years. It's a very short depreciation period, in my book. Then also, Chair, if I can just call upon, I've got some questions regarding the procurement process of vehicles for the government fleet. We do know that, when you go out, you shouldn't only look at the price of a vehicle on the floor, so to say, but some vehicles have got what they call nowadays maintenance plans, etc. And my question is, how do you compare, the price of a vehicle with a maintenance plan where you can predict that for the next 3 or 4, sometimes even 5 years, that vehicle would not be needing, additional expenditure for wear and tear, except perhaps for tires, whereas the vehicle next door, which may come in at a far lower price, may not have this motor plan or this extended not only warranty but also a maintenance plan. How do you then compare those two in the procurement process? The next one is just, Chair, I do notice that in our provincial fleet we've got, even when it comes to light motor vehicles, quite a variety of vehicles. I almost want to say, how come one would think that, vehicles from, let's call it the East, from China specifically, might come in a lot lower than other vehicles in terms of price. Yet it seems to me as if we still have this mix, and as if there's no single brand that is being favored. And then lastly, Chair, I think we always need to obviously balance value for money and trying to get people from point A to point B as cheaply as possible. But there's also nowadays a very important consideration, and that is the safety of passengers. And we do know that, some vehicles, in terms of accident testing, come in with a much higher rating, the so-called Euro NCAP 4 stars or 5 stars vehicles. How can we ensure that we at least maintain a balance between the lowest price, but also not putting our provincial staff at unnecessary risk in terms of vehicles that might, for example, there's been stories about minivans that are being converted into minibuses, and that, for example, do not, are seen or deemed not to be safe after these conversions. How can we ensure that the vehicles that we purchase are really then also safe? And my last question, sorry, Chair, in terms of the electric vehicles, I want to commend the department for also, doing some pilot studies in this regard. But my question is, as far as I know, there is, for example, in Cape Town, a minibus that commutes between the various provincial departments to assist people that might need to go to the garage or the parking place where they fetch vehicles to go out to various sites, that assist them with transport. And it just seems to me a minibus that is commuting all day in Cape Town might be an excellent example of where an electric vehicle with its much lower maintenance costs, etc., might come in as a very useful test vehicle. Would you consider getting such a vehicle? Have you considered getting such an e-minibus? Or what are your thoughts in this regard? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've just got questions from my side on the section. One is, I'm sure that you know this question was going to come. On the fuel theft, what percentage of your fuel gets stolen? And what are you doing to stop having your fuel stolen? And then the second question would be around the fuel cost. I mean, we all know the fuel price is just going up and up and up. And I know it's probably a difficult question to answer, but how do you try and budget for it? How do you try and make sure that if the fuel price, touch wood, it doesn't, but by the next month it'll probably be 20 or rand or something, to ensure there is enough money in the kitty to pay for fuel costs? And then my third question is, when you normally in the past, people used to go 2 or 3 in the car when they go traveling in the province, given the new COVID regulations, I mean, what is your policy around if 4 officials, for example, needs to go to George? In the past, 4 used to go in one car, or 3 used to go in one car, I can't remember. And now are they going in 2 cars? How do you manage that at the moment? And then I see I've got Honorable America's hand up.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I have 2 questions. One relates to the costs of outstanding debt from external users. And here I specifically, because it's quite substantial, various departments, both provincial and national departments, has particularly national departments have quite large outstanding debt. And the provincial department that stands out for me is the Department of Health, and I know that due to the impact of their particular footprint and services that they rendered, and education, of course, that would possibly be a case. Now, particularly from national departments, what are the reasons for them, not honoring the debt owed to GMT? Are there particular payment plans in place, or is the repayments structured in such a way that it would reflect these outstanding amounts? And then secondly, Chair, it is always a good thing for a department to reduce costs and to underspend on their budget, and particularly if it is sort of propelled by the rendering of a particular services. So the efficiencies that you develop within rendering of that service, and if that result into underspending, it is welcome. But a significant underspending relates to the cost of employment, and where the certain critical positions may not have been filled. And if those positions have not been filled, what impact does it have on the delivery of services? Because we don't want to save on personnel costs, but then our service delivery levels drop significantly. So, Chair, that's the only questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you for it. I just had one question that I forgot to ask. The disposal process of vehicles in GMT, perhaps not the process, but the advertising process. Can you just share with us, if you don't have the full process, you're welcome to email it here. For example, does somebody in Beaufort West get the notice of the GMT disposal, whether it's by auction, whichever way, on the same day as somebody in Cape Town? What is that process, so that people out there can just know it's a free and fair process? If you don't have it right now, you can just email it to us. Thank you. And that's the questions for now. Thank you.
Chair, thank you very much for the questions. Some I'll start with, and some I'm going to direct through to Mr. Wiggle as well as to Mr. Ahmed. So perhaps the first points around the need for transport and for GMT, and particularly understanding that we've gone through the COVID and still continue to do, and whether there continues to be a need for the vehicles. I think it links to the question, Chair, that you posed, that in some instances what we've found is that departments have stipulated a maximum number of people who can be in a vehicle, which then means that instead of there being 1, sometimes 2 have been utilized. Clearly, the advent of online meetings and interactions has reduced the need, as you saw, from some perspectives. But I do think that what's going to happen is it's going to change the manner in which the fleet is utilized and some of the approaches that are required. And that is something that we are taking on board as far as the strategy and approach for GMT is concerned. We actually found that at the start of the COVID pandemic and the response from departments, that what they did was they shifted the type of vehicle that they were looking for. And so instead of it being a smaller kind of sedan size vehicle, they were actually looking for more of the minibus type of vehicle, so that there could be greater degree of spacing between people. And certainly Mr. Ahmed can add to that in his input if he'd like to. The increase in the fleet, so that was raised, it is linked to the fleet renewal and the replacement processes. So it's just at that particular point in time, there was an increased number of fleet, and we still need to dispose in terms of the process. So your fleet adjusts and go up as we then bring new vehicles into the system, but we still have to then go through, as you mentioned, the disposal process to reduce others. So at a snapshot in time, the numbers of vehicles had increased. I can also flag, of course, that from a procurement perspective, generally, we are required to utilize the RT57 contract, which is a national treasury contract as far as the procurement is concerned. And there have been issues with that specific contract at national level, which once those matters are resolved, we then are able to place orders and move forward. So you can potentially have an increase or a spike in the replacement program of GMT. I'll ask that Mr. Wiggle pick up the question around the depreciation and the different time periods of that, and the aspect of the maintenance plan and how that is being accounted for. And then for Mr. Ahmed to pick up around the safety of the vehicles and also the mixture of vehicles that was raised. It is a bit of a mixed bag, and I think that that does come on the basis of what is provided for in the RT57 contract at a particular point in time. So in other words, what vehicles are available to be procured, as well as about the availability of them. So it could just be a vehicle maybe on the contract, but there may not be any availability or stock. So it does depend, but we are then focusing on what is available through that contract space. The electric vehicle side of things, certainly the point raised by Honourable van der Westhuizen around the approach for the inner city is a valid one. And the EV strategy that has been signed off and that we're now looking to take slow and steady steps, one of the implementation points is around piloting and testing different options, which include kind of retrofitting, even potentially an ambulance, to be able to utilize that and see how that goes. And the approach that he has suggested in terms of the inner city environment will certainly and is certainly being considered as part of that particular implementation. The elements around the fuel price, as well as the points about theft within a GMT environment, but theft-wise, slightly different because, of course, we're looking at there are monitors and triggers in terms of the fuel tanks with the e-fuel systems and others. And I'll ask that Mr. Wiggle carry the explanation about how they take account of the changing fuel prices within the approach. It's way too complicated for me to try to understand it completely. I know they do it, and they do a very good job at it, to be able to cover for that. The policy around the COVID response, Mr. Ahmed can also pick up, and a lot of that does come based upon the relevant departments' views and what it is that they've implemented to safeguard their staff. In terms of the disposal, it is advertised because we generally go through online auctions as far as the disposal process, and that is then widely advertised as well as through the kind of online auction houses and the notifications that are circulated. But if there's any additional information, Mr. Ahmed can also indicate that. The questions that were posed about the outstanding debt, just to indicate there that that is a snapshot in time. That is the debt, the way that I've always come to understand it, as of the 31st of March. And it could very well be that almost the following day or the day thereafter, the relevant departments actually pay. So it's not that the debt is necessarily outstanding for any substantial period of time. The team are and have been quite successful in being able to reduce the any kind of long-term outstanding debt, but I'm sure Mr. Wiggle will also give an indication of that. And then finally, Chair, from my side, the underspending and particularly the COE side and the impact on delivery. This is also as a result, a couple of years ago, GMT adjusted their organizational structure, and we therefore provided in a phased approach for the filling of certain posts, new posts that were created in the organization. With COVID coming along, of course, a lot of that was incredibly slow as far as the filling of positions was concerned, and therefore you see ultimately an under expenditure. The impact of that does mean that the current staff members pick up an additional load and have to do more work than perhaps if they had additional hands and feet. But I don't believe that there has been an impact on service delivery in terms of the performance of the trading entity and their responsiveness to their clients. It does mean, as I say, that the team pick up an additional load, and that's why certainly there's a focus on that in this year and beyond. So through you, Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Mr. Ahmed to pick up the points that I flagged for him, and then across through to Mr. Wiggle.
Thank you, HOD. HOD, if it's okay, I'll start off. I'll cover all of the questions, and thank you. You've covered some of the questions, and I'm not going to repeat what you've said, but Chair, through you. Firstly, to Honourable van der Westhuizen, thank you very much for your for doing that bit of homework with regards to the comparisons between GMT's costs and the private sector. I am glad that you've corroborated what we have put in the annual report and what we have discussed in previous standing committee and PAC sessions. So we do strive to offer the best value proposition to our clients, and we certainly will continue to do so. The HOD did cover in part the issue around the predictions for how public servants will be using GG vehicles in future. And between the HOD, DDG, CFO, and ourselves in GMT, we have been looking at how we craft GMT's value proposition going forward for our clients. And in that regard, we are looking at how we make available vehicles, how we make our vehicles accessible to public servants, possibly closer to their homes. So at the moment, if a government official wants to use a GG vehicle, they would come into the office in town, they would go to GMT's sites and collect a vehicle. We are now looking over the next couple of years with our colleagues in Public Works to possibly establish regional hubs on the periphery of the metro to make our vehicles more accessible to people closer to where they live. But that's the strategy that we're starting to develop now. Again, just in terms of changing work environment and the new way in which people are working. The HOD has correctly covered the issue around the increase in the number of vehicles in our fleet as a result of vehicles perhaps being bought in the one financial year, and some of the vehicles then only being delivered in the new financial year. We only report on those vehicles when they are reflected as assets on our system, and of course, as a result of delays in the auctions, that may also then lead to an indication that the fleet size increased as a snapshot at that particular point in time. We try to keep the fleet size in the region of about 5,500 to 6,000, and it fluctuates now and then, but we will only increase the fleet size if there's an absolute need to do so based on our clients' demands and possibly increasing our client base as well. As the HOD indicated, we'll ask Mr. Wiggle, our Director for Fleet Finance, to discuss the issue around depreciation and the expansion of the fleet when the kilometers are coming down. You'll also cover in detail the issue around the depreciation period. Member van der Westhuizen, the 15 years, vehicles that are depreciated over 15 years are generally the buses. And buses do have a longer lifespan, we calculate the total vehicle life cycle cost. And for a bus and for an ambulance, they would, well, for buses specifically, there would be a much longer life cycle. Generally, for sedan vehicles, our vanilla fleet, that would be about 4 years, and 3 years for ambulances, because they do quite a few more kilometers than the general fleet. HOD mentioned the procurement process. We are using RT57, and I'm glad the HOD pointed to some of the challenges that we're currently facing with RT57. We are, with our CFO, looking at how we can assist possibly the National Treasury in addressing some of those issues that they have. It is a national contact, of course, and we are also engaging the OEMs, the vehicle manufacturers, because the question, Chair, and Honourable van der Westhuizen asked is a very, it's a very good question, and it's a complex one to answer, because when the question is asked, what factors in addition to price we take into account? Of course, it was mentioned, the safety aspect, and we look at providing vehicles that are fit for purpose. So, for example, and you would have seen it in the annual report, the vehicles that we have replaced the general traffic vehicles with are much faster vehicles, if I can put it that way, much more powerful vehicles, because we do want to ensure that the traffic officers, when they are provided with vehicles, they are provided with vehicles that are fit for purpose, for the type of work that they do. So we engage with the clients to understand where the vehicles are going to be used, how it is going to be used. With clients like Cape Nature, for example, if they are going to be using vehicles on sand dunes, then we wouldn't want to provide them with just normal sedan vehicles. We would, in fact, guide them in that process of making the decisions around what type of vehicles they would require. Ultimately, GMT is there also to provide advice to clients on fleet and mobility as a whole. Member van der Westhuizen asked about the variety of vehicles that that are available to clients. Now, we do want to offer a variety of vehicles. Again, it comes back to what is available on RT57 and also what is available in the market. And I think the HOD alluded to it. At the moment, there are, in addition to the problems or the challenges with RT57, the vehicle manufacturing sector is facing tremendous challenges as a direct result of COVID-19, because COVID-19 and the lockdowns created a huge backlog in the manufacturing of electrical components, microprocessors specifically that are required in the vehicle manufacturing process. So currently we find ourselves in a situation where many of the OEMs, the vehicle manufacturers, are running way behind in supplying vehicles. And we are in fact going to be going on a round of engaging with the OEMs to understand exactly what their challenges are and adapting our procurement plans for the remainder of this financial year and into the next couple of financial years, because this is not a problem that is going to go away overnight. It is something that we have to plan for, and it is something that we will have to plan for in collaboration with our suppliers, and in particular, the OEMs. So in next week, in fact, we are engaging with the likes of VW, and the bulk of our fleet are VW. On that point also, Member van der Westhuizen, we try to support as far as possible locally assembled vehicles. So we know, for instance, that the VW Polo hatchback is assembled in Uitenhage, and we try to therefore support local manufacturing and try to have the locally manufactured vehicles making up the bulk of vehicles in the fleet. Also, we do consider the access to maintenance facilities. for these vehicles. We don't want to, for instance, provide an ambulance in Caledon, which is built on a Toyota on a VW Crafter chassis, when there is only a Toyota dealership and registered maintenance dealers in Caledon. Those are considerations also that we take into account, so that over the life cycle of the vehicle, as the client uses it, that the vehicle is not going to be out of commission for longer than what it is required, or we try to keep it as short as possible when the vehicle has to go away for maintenance. Thank you for the question on the safety aspect. Yes, you mentioned the NCAP, the National Car Assessment Program standards, which we do take into account. Again, it goes back to RT 57. There are certain requirements in RT 57 for those safety requirements, and we also then, in consultation with our clients, decide on the types of vehicles that we want to get. Just on the issue of converted panel vans, you're absolutely correct. There was an issue specifically with the converted quantums that were used as taxis. We do not have that concern in GNT. When we do conversions, they are generally for ambulances, and they specifically the VW Crafters and the Toyota Quantums. Those conversions go through the full homologation process, and VW themselves and Toyota would have to sign off on the designs for those conversions, so that the homologation process that's approved by the NRCS, the National Regulator for Compulsory Standards, that all of those checks and balances are in place when we make available those converted vehicles to our clients. Again, there we work very, very closely with our colleagues in EMS, Emergency Medical Services. So when we look at new models coming out, the design for an ambulance on a new chassis, that is done in collaboration with our colleagues in EMS, and we've got a good working relationship with them, and so too with our colleagues in traffic, of course, when we converted the X5s and the GTIs for use as interceptors on our highways in the provincial traffic fleet. On the electric vehicles, thank you very much for the comments that were made there. And yes, as the HO mentioned, in our strategy, we do talk about prototyping, and we certainly will be looking in the new financial year at the shuttle service that you've mentioned, Member van der Westhuizen, looking at a locally manufactured minibus that is converted to an electric vehicle. That's the type of prototyping that we are in terms of the projects that were approved in the submission to Cabinet that the HOD mentioned was signed off on, I think it was the 13th of October. Then to Member Mackenzie's questions, Rian will go into the fuel costs, which we adjust on a monthly basis. The fuel theft, HOD correctly mentioned, the e-fuel, which to some extent mitigates against the risk. There is the risk of card cloning that's we're also working on. In the annual report, we do mention that at the start of the lockdown process, GNT did develop policies, and we sent out communications to clients based on the restrictions that are placed on the number of passengers in a vehicle, in terms of the directives issued by the National Minister of Transport, and those communications are adapted on a regular basis, and through our client liaison.
Thank you. Did you got cut off, HOD?
I'm not quite sure why. Mr. Ahmed, I think, muted himself.
My apology, HOD. Let me just go back to that last point, just with regards to the restrictions of the number of passengers in vehicles. HOD will recall at the start of the lockdown, we did send communication to clients, and we do adjust the number of passengers that are allowed in vehicles based on the directives that are issued by the National Minister of Transport in terms of the DMA regulation. So there, our client liaison officers are in regular contact with the transport officers in our various client departments to ensure that there is compliance with that. And that also is an aspect that we take into account when we look at the replacement of vehicles and increasing the number of vehicles with higher occupancy or higher occupancy vehicles in our fleet. So we have procured a number of additional minibuses for clients that would want to use vehicles for multiple passengers. On the issue of the outstanding debt, I think Riaan will cover that. Again, it is just a snapshot. I must say, and Riaan can go into the detail, our clients do pay very well when I compare to some of the headaches that our counterparts in other provinces have with some of their clients, both provincial and nationals and national clients. I think HOD covered the issue around the COE costs. I must mention that the new office accommodation that is nearing completion in Risper Street in Maitland, where I'm currently sitting, our Public Works branch is looking to complete this project towards the end of this financial year. We have advertised quite a number of posts in anticipation of us being able to move staff into the new building, and of course we're also now looking at a hybrid way of working into the future. Then, Chair, on your question with regards to the disposal process, you spot on. We do have an online auction. So when the auction vehicles are listed, everyone will see it at the same time. Based on the sales in the last couple of auctions, we've seen a number of Johannesburg-based companies, second-hand vehicle dealers, that have actually bought some of our vehicles here in the Western Cape through the online auctions. So that does give an indication that the online auction has been successful. We are increasing the number of vehicles that are going out on auction. To the members, you may want to look at either the very next auction or the auction after it. We will be auctioning off a couple of the older VIP vehicles that we have in the fleet. Thank you, Chair. If I could ask HOD through yourself and the Chair, if Riaan wants to add in where you've indicated. Riaan?
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Chairperson, through you, on the question about the useful life of the vehicles, the 4 to 15 years that was mentioned. GMT has got a wide-ranging client base, and the needs of those clients are reflected in the vehicles which they seek. So the 4 to 15 years useful lives that we apply is basically linked to the use of these vehicles, and it's also affected by policy initiatives which are implemented at client level. Examples of this would be one of our clients is the Office of Chief Justice. Now, basically a sitting judge has the right to receive a new vehicle every 4 years. So that's what you would typically see for the useful life of a 4-year period. Other examples of the use of the vehicle is linked literally how the vehicle is used. Example of that would be, for example, ambulances, and some of these ambulances that do patient transport do about 15 to 18,000 kilometers per month. And for those type of vehicles, we usually have a shorter useful life period. On the longer side, the 15 years, it's more linked to your vehicles that are often used, but the distances which they cover are not as great as, for example, the ambulances and other normal passenger carriers. So examples of that would be trucks, buses, etc., and then it would make sense to basically have a longer useful life policy attached to the replacement of those vehicles. Chairperson, there was a question about the fuel cost and the budgeting element and the whole management of the fuel expenditure. Fuel is the biggest operating expense for GMT. We actually pay quite a lot of attention to it in terms of the budgeting process and also on the monthly management of that account versus to what we estimated in the budget process. So your question on how do we actually budget for it, we take the fleet composition as at the end of January. So basically just before the final budgets are due for the next year. And we look at the fleet makeup and more specifically what types of and the consumption would be for this. Now, to be prepared, the GMT fleet consumption is 11 liters per 100. That equates to about 9 kilometers per liter. Then we also factor in additional factors, for example, the growth in the fleet, the coverage, the fleet coverage, and with that I mean the mileage which we anticipate the fleet to cover. We also take into consideration the exchange rate, the rand to the dollar. Now we use different sources of information here, for example, trading economics, the predictions by the South African Reserve Bank, to predict that exchange rate, because it's also quite sensitive, the prices that we pay at the fueling stations with what's happening in the rand and the exchange rate. And then the big one, probably the biggest factor in terms of the sensitivity analysis that we do is the barrel price of fuel. And we've seen a significant increase in the barrel price recently. But we have taken these factors into consideration with sources of information like, for example, OPEC, with their predictions on production, supply versus demand. And when we weigh up all, we compile a sensitivity analysis, and based on the estimated total mileage that we also predict, we've got a fair sense of what the fuel cost should be for a financial year. We manage this actively on a monthly basis by adjusting the fuel component of the kilometer tariffs on a monthly basis. Now, the source of information is basically the National Department of Mineral Resources and Energy on a monthly basis what the fuel cost effective fuel prices for that month would be. We take that into consideration, and then we also take the make and model setup and configuration of the fleet for that specific month. And then we've got a idea of what the fuel component fluctuation included in the kilometer tariff would be. And we also issue this as part of our tariff adjustment request to the Provincial Treasury on an annual basis for these adjustments. So basically, it's an active management of the fuel costs in terms of GMT's bottom line, but also transferring that fuel cost or the benefit of it to the client institutions in their monthly bill. Chair, there was also a question on the debt. The debt management within GMT, and I take it the member is referring to the table included on page 24, numbered page 24. We actively manage debt, and we've got a dedicated team in debt management in the fleet finance section looking at debt. So basically the responsibilities are split between issuing of accounts and the active follow-up of those accounts. We do not experience challenges with debt recoveries, and we're very fortunate in that, but I think it's a hybrid combination of client engagement, accurate accounts, and also basically a very good relationship which we build with client institutions. Example of this, and I know the Department of Health was mentioned, the Department of Health, and I know it's outside the annual reporting period, but as an example, had a monthly bill for September of 48.9 million, and every single cent of that has been paid during October. The question more specifically related to the national clients and basically some of the challenge that we face on the national sphere. So every national client has got a bit of a different setup to it. So some clients are managed from a central point. So the council issued to a central point, disseminated and basically taken off the budgets from cost center level, or in other cases, a council issued to the various regions, and then the settlement and the reconciliation is done. But what we found is that when there's changes at the client level in staff and the GMT is not necessarily informed of that, then it could lead to some delays about basically the process that we follow and the recoupment of those debts. As at the end of March, we had our debtors days in relation to, was a factor to our total revenue, was 22 days. So this is well within the stated days in the PFMA, which is 30 days. So we do not foresee it as a risk, but it is an active management and area that we monitor quite closely. And as the HOD has alluded to, is at the end of March, it's a snapshot in time. So those debts which are included in that table is basically as at the end of March, but it could be that that client is settling the debts on the 1st of April and onwards. So we do not foresee it necessarily to be a risk. Chair, I think I've covered all the questions that was due to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gooch. Was there anything else outstanding?
Chair, I don't think so. I think we've covered everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Colleagues, is all your questions answered before we move on to the next section? Over van der Westhuizen.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, the questions were responded to, but may I follow up?
Yes, you can follow up.
Chair, thank you very much. Again, back to the electric vehicle strategy. I presume that it would require some infrastructure upgrades or modifications to the government garage, especially to make use of perhaps solar power and perhaps make use of night tariffs for electricity. To what extent have you already attended to the necessary infrastructural modifications that might be needed once this program is being rolled out on a much bigger scale? Thank you.
Thank you. That's the only follow-up question. Ms. Gooch.
Chair, thank you very much for the question. The work is something that's been considered, as has been covered in the strategy. So the team, the GMT team, have already started some of the discussions with our public works team. So it is a holistic approach to looking at the EV strategy, whether it's the infrastructure upgrades, remembering also the conversations, what would be needed around potential charging points along routes in other locations, because not all vehicles are necessarily returned, for overnight at the government garage premises. So all of those aspects are being considered and worked into the implementation plan around the strategy. So that is work that is underway.
Thank you very much. We're done with the section. We're going to the next section, which is page 45 up to page 66. GMT page 45 up to page 66. See your hands for questions. Honourable van der Westhuizen.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm particularly interested in the tables and the figures on page 62 and page 63. The first one is the move towards automatic transmissions, which seem to be, in my frame of reference, to be quite a positive one, and not only for disabled people, but also for those staff members that may have a qualified driver's license. But it also seems to me that the technology of automatic transmission systems has really improved tremendously over the years, and you no longer get the automatic transmissions with only 3 gears, but now 6 gears and 8 gears are quite popular. My question is just to what extent have you been able to determine the cost difference over the life cycle, but also the running costs of the automatic versus the manual transmissions? And are we not nearing the point where perhaps automatic transmissions may even be more cost effective? Because I have seen some of our staff in the past that are not regular drivers or that are not that familiar with certain of these vehicles, really struggling with clutches, etc., particularly in parking areas with booms, on inclines, etc. Then on page 63, and again, I think the effect of COVID is being recognized there in the enormous decline in the number of fines, losses, and crashes. Now, my first question is just in terms of traffic fines, how are these administered and how are these recovered? To what extent are you successful in recovering traffic fines from the drivers of the vehicles at that time? And are these individuals held responsible? And can you, from your side, take any action against repeat offenders, or is that the task of your client departments? Do you give some guidance in that regard? And then also, Chair, my impression is that you've got quite a sophisticated software system whereby you do the tracking and the management of our GMT vehicles. And my question is, do you give feedback on individual vehicles to the client departments? For example, would you, ever ask a client department, say, but in the last 2 months, this vehicle has not moved? Or do you only do the tracking for those that are under your control and that are not in terms of what you call the full life cycle term rentals to departments? Who does that management? Because I have happened to see some vehicles pretty much covered in dust with flat tires, standing for long times idle in some of the parking garages, marked, Western Cape Provincial vehicles. And it seems to me somebody needs to take responsibility for, that vehicle and the fact that that vehicle has now perhaps got a flat battery or a flat tire or something to that effect, and therefore people avoid obviously using that vehicle, and it's something that in my book there needs to be managed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just got 2 questions from my side. Is SAPS Western Cape one of your clients, or do they work through an own purchaser or management of the vehicles? And then the second question is on page 45. On the middle of the page, it said 3 online auctions sold 205 lots. That obviously makes sense. But then if I go back to page 20 that my earlier question was on, it said a total of 125 vehicles were disposed. So what was the difference that was sold between the 121 and the 208? If you don't have the details here, you can always submit it via a written question. Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I think I'm going to hand the bulk of the questions over through to directly Mr. Ahmed and to the team, particularly the questions around the automatic transmissions and then the fines aspects. The point just to flag from my side, I can indicate that SAPS isn't one of our clients. They do manage the vehicles themselves, but then the difference, as you say, around the vehicles selling, etc., disposals, again, I'll ask the GMT team directly to respond to that. So if you're comfortable, Chair, I'll ask Mr. Ahmed to pick up on the responses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, HOD Chair, through you. Firstly, with regards to the automatic transmission vehicles, I think Member van der Westhuizen, you've picked on a change in vehicle technology in general that we are seeing happening very, very fast, and that includes the move towards electric vehicles. In the strategy, we point to the fact, for instance, that this is not an EV strategy, that certain major international cities have indicated that by the year 2026 already, they are not going to allow the sale of new internal combustion engine vehicles. Now, coming back to the issue of automatic transmission vehicles, you've rightfully pointed to the fact that the technology is such that the automatic transmission vehicles, and we refer here, for instance, to Tiptronic, has become so effective that it actually does contribute to fuel efficiency as well. Now, this again is part of the discussions that we want to have and the collaboration that we want to establish with the OEMs, so that we, as GMT, we have an understanding of the current market, but also what the market is going to look like in 5 to 10 years' time. Couple that with the regulatory environment. We see that a number of countries have moved away from differentiating between drivers who can drive only automatic transmission vehicles. I think there's already an acceptance of the fact that manual transmission vehicles are going to be phased out, and it will only be for, if I can put it, that people who really choose to have a manual transmission vehicle. But certainly the point that you make, the technology has improved to such a point where we can safely introduce automatic transmission vehicles, not just as a response to making more vehicles available to people with disabilities, but just out of an understanding that the market is moving in that direction. It may be also that manual transmission vehicles could become more expensive. I'm not saying that as a fact, I'm saying that is just as more and more vehicles are going to be rolling off the production lines as automatic transmission, manual transmission vehicles will become more scarce. I think I have answered the second part of that question also. We're looking at the life cycle cost. It's negligible, the difference between life cycle cost of an automatic transmission vehicle and an automatic transmission vehicle. So that certainly is something, again, that we will engage the OEMs on, because they will have the experts that we can speak to around that type of research that they of course do in the production process. The question with regard to fines, as you rightfully pointed out, that was the reduction in the number of fines was primarily due to the lower number of kilometers that was done as a result of COVID and the lockdown. When it comes to fines, we do have a process which is automated to a large extent, where we redirect fines as quickly as possible to clients. Now, this was done in preparation for ARTO, where ARTO, of course, allows for the driver of the vehicle that transgressed against whom the fine has to be issued to pay that fine within a certain time frame, and then get something like a 50% discount on the fine. If it goes beyond that time period, then the full amount would become payable. So in our systems, we've developed an ARTO redirecting system that, with the City of Cape Town, for instance, we receive all of the fines that are issued by the City of Cape Town electronically, and then cross-reference those fines against our system, which will identify the driver of the vehicle at that particular point in time based on the tags, the driver tags that we've issued, that we reference in the report, so that those fines can be redirected to the drivers as speedily as possible. And yes, in answer to your question, are those individuals held responsible? They are held responsible for the payment of the fines completely. Once we have redirected the fine, they are the issue authority will follow up with the driver and not with GMT. Client departments have got varying policies with regards to how they deal with what we call repeat offenders. From time to time, GMT will be asked by certain client departments to give evidence in disciplinary cases where there was misuse of a vehicle, or where the vehicle was involved in a crash, or where a transport officer requests a report from our tracking system on a driver with a repeat offender reputation. And so GMT, we do have our client liaison officers and our staff and some of our tracking team giving evidence in disciplinary cases where client departments bring those staff members into disciplinary processes. So yes, we do have regular engagement with our clients through the transport officers to monitor the driver behavior, but then also in answer to your next question, which was around the utilization of vehicles, we do engage with the clients if we see that vehicles are not being utilized. In our annual report, we report on the number of vehicles that are optimally utilized, and we try to keep that as high as possible. Vehicles doing more than 1,000 kilometers per month are deemed to be optimally utilized. Anything below 1,000 kilometers per month is not optimally utilized. Now, there, I think in last year we spoke about how it is that we could make more vehicles available to clients from a pool, instead of having vehicles permanently allocated to clients, where the vehicles do generate daily tariffs, even though the vehicle is not being used. So we are trying to also save our clients money by ensuring that vehicles are optimally used, and also that they are able to access vehicles through, for instance, a regional hub, the first one which was established in George. So those clients that are based in George now do not have to have vehicles allocated permanently to them. If they need additional vehicles, they do have access to a pool of vehicles in our new facility in George. Chair, I think the HOD has covered the question around the SAPS. We have their own national fleet management unit within the SAPS. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, through you, Chair, Mr. Ahmed, are you able to pick up the point that was asked about the vehicles that are standing idle and gathering dust, and whether there's any action taken or intervention there, as well as the Chair's question around the difference around the disposal, the numbers in terms of vehicles that have been disposed?
HOD, I've covered the question around vehicles that are permanently allocated and may be gathering dust, where we are trying to change the model and making more vehicles available through a pool, the regional hubs, as you know, which we are trying to establish, to reduce possibly reduce the number of permanently allocated vehicles by giving clients access to a regional pool which is close to their areas of operation. On the auction numbers, HOD, if it's okay with you, we'll look at those numbers and we'll send a report on the number of vehicles that was sold via auction, the details in Orion, if you've got those numbers at hand, please, if you could give those details.
Yes, Chairperson.
The question, HOD, the number of vehicles sold on page 20 is 121. So that, I mean, that's there. And then on page 45, you're saying you sold 205 lots. So I'm just trying to understand, maybe you sold something else that makes up the balance of the 80, or what you classify a lot as one vehicle, two vehicles? I'm just trying to understand the difference here.
I think Mr. Wizzle can respond to that.
Chairperson, yes, exactly. So basically on page 45, 205 lots, when we're talking about lots, It includes items such as load bodies and canopies, etc. And on page 1 or page 20, the 121 is only vehicles per se.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, that covered all the questions on that part, and now we're going to the last part, which is page number 93 up to page 120, page number 93 up to page 120. Is there any hand on this section, please? Well, I just got one question, seeing I see.
No questions from our side, Chair.
America, you can go.
No, I say no questions from our side. It is fairly clear. And
what is the impact being on our drivers during COVID-19? I saw in the main report, obviously, and condolence to those people and the families that have passed. But I've noticed in other departments for their staff, their psychological programs, etc. But for our drivers and for people at our workshops and looking after our vehicles, what has the impact on COVID-19 been from a human resource aspect been on that? Thank you.
Chair, certainly I think as general staff, remembering maintenance is not done by the department or GMT, that is outsourced. So certainly I think if we're thinking understanding from a private perspective that they would and their staff would be impacted as anybody from a family point of view, potential ability to attend work and or being open for business. Our own departmental staff, which includes GMT, we've done and trying to make sure that through internal communication and through various discussions, opportunities are provided for our staff, no matter who they are, whether they're a driver or one of the admin staff or whether they're senior staff, that there are opportunities for support through employee health and wellness programs. We've had a number of online seminars that have been distributed and provided for people to be able to link into and try to, in that way, support staff as much as they can, including, as I've mentioned before, our own provisions around how many staff need to be in place, rotation schemes, working shifts, etc. In order to respond. We've also followed the necessary DPSA and other requirements around looking at staff with comorbidities and trying to make sure that we are aware and considerate as an employer's perspective. Mr. Ahmed may wish to add anything to that, but that's just, if I may say, the general DTPW, of which includes GMT response.
Thank you, HOD. Just firstly, of course, our drivers were working through the lockdown period to assist our clients who were working and who needed the vehicles. We did lose one of our drivers during the lockdown period, but not as a result of COVID-19. The drivers in GMT specifically. With regards to the safety of drivers of our vehicles, vehicles were regularly sanitized, at the GMT facility, our vehicles were sanitized, and we also sent teams out to various sites where the vehicles could be sanitized.
Thank you. So the person in table 3.4.3, was there a driver that passed away?
Sorry, Chair, which table is that?
Table 3.4.3 on page 100 of the physical book. Was there a driver that passed away or just a general employee?
Through you, Chair, it was a driver. I don't, just for sake of protection of information, I have got the person's name, but yes, it was a driver that passed away.
Thank you, HOD.
Thank you. And then there's a final question. Do we provide all our staff at our workshops and in drivers with PPE?
Yes, Chair. As required in terms of occupational health and safety requirements, as from an employer's perspective, all necessary PPE is provided.
Thank you very much. There's nothing else from our side. I see no further hands up as well. Is there anything from the HOD and the Minister?
Thank you, Chair. No, nothing from my side. Just to say thank you very much to the committee for the opportunity to engage and for the robust discussion, and then to the department and the officials for the work that's gone in for the last financial year. And then in conclusion, Chair, if you allow, I think it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the work of my predecessor, under whose term this annual report was tabled and the results achieved. So to my predecessor, I want to publicly acknowledge the work that he has done in this transport sector, and we commit to build on the already achievements and foundation laid by him. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. HOD, anything from your side?
Chair, just also thank you very much to the committee, to the interactions today and for the future. And if there are any particular aspects, if I may, for example, the EV strategy, if this committee is interested in knowing a bit more about it, we'd be quite happy to come and present that and share the work with you to allow you to get an understanding of what we're looking to achieve in the coming years. I do think it's some exciting work that the team have undertaken, and certainly will help to set a different trajectory for GMT as the relevant partner across the different client base for the Western Cape government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, HOD, and the rest of your team, and thank you for keeping our fleet good and safe. If I were you, I'd make a proposal to SAPS to take over their fleet in the Western Cape, because I can assure you, if you go to some of the police stations, vehicles standing idle there on the Van der West station for months and months and months. I know, because you've done oversight of them, so they desperately need help. So thank you and your team for government motor transport, and thank everybody there for ensuring our Western Cape fleet is probably the best in the country. Have a great day further.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, let's do our resolutions. We're starting for this morning first. Okay, let's just see that everybody leaves. Cutting on offline. Offline.